You pass by it every day. Power. It doesn't flash, it doesn't scream, it doesn't dress in gold or shout its name. It's not in the voice that speaks the loudest. It's not in the title printed on a door. It's not in the crown or the badge or the applause. It's in the glance that shifts a room. It's in the silence that makes others speak more than they meant to. It's in the stillness behind every movement. You've been taught that power is a performance, that to be powerful means to be seen, recognized, respected. But true power, it hides, it waits. It lets others chase it while it watches from the corners. The most powerful person in the room is rarely the one who appears that way. They blend in, they nod, they smile when others speak. They seem harmless, approachable, almost forgettable. But they're not. They're watching, listening, learning. They know that when you speak too much, you give yourself away. When you reach too fast, you reveal your hunger. When you push too hard, you trigger resistance. But when you observe, when you wait, when you blend in like smoke in the air, you become invisible, and the invisible hand moves everything. That's the paradox of real power. It hides in plain sight. It disguises itself as ordinary. It walks into the room wearing no armor, no ego, no demand, and because of that, no one prepares for it, so no one sees it coming. Maybe you've felt this, that strange sense that you don't quite fit the typical mold of dominance. You don't bark orders. You don't need credit. You've never wanted to be the center of attention, but somehow people listen when you speak. They lean in. They feel something around you they can't name. That is your signal. You've already tasted the truth. Power doesn't need to announce itself. It only needs to position itself. In silence, in subtlety, in control. When others try to be impressive, you remain still. When they over-explain, you ask nothing. When they raise their voice, you lower yours. And without realizing it, they begin to follow your rhythm. Because power is not force. It is gravity. It doesn't chase. It draws. It pulls things toward it, without noise, without visible effort. It hides in small things. A well-timed pause. An unreadable glance. A decision made without needing permission. That's why the world often misses it. Because it doesn't look like what they expect. They're searching for power. In shouts. In titles, in declarations. But true influence never seeks attention. It thrives in the overlooked spaces, in the way you enter a room without urgency, in the way your phone stays face down, in the way your gaze doesn't beg, doesn't avoid, it simply meets and holds. There's power in restraint, in not needing to fill silence, in not being the first to move, because when you don't reach, people begin to wonder what you already have. They try to decode you, and in their curiosity, they begin to revolve around you. That's the secret, the one nobody tells you. When you stop needing to prove power, it starts to move through you, quietly, effectively, unforgettably. The loud ones burn fast. They scream their authority until no one listens anymore. But you don't burn. You smolder. You become the constant, the one who doesn't shift with the wind, the one others begin to look to, not because you demand it, but because you embody it. And yet, on the surface, nothing about you seems different. That's the brilliance. Power hides in plain sight so it can't be attacked. It walks beside the weak so it can't be feared. It speaks like a friend so it can't be questioned. It blends into the crowd so it can't be targeted. But underneath, it's always watching, always shaping, always pulling the levers that others think they see. So what does this mean for you? It means you don't need to play the game by their rules. You don't need to dominate to lead. You don't need to demand to be followed. You don't need to be loud to be heard. You only need to master one thing: presence. Not the kind that announces itself, but the kind that lingers, that shapes the space you walk into, that shifts the energy without effort. You've seen it before, maybe in a room where one person said nothing, but everyone felt them. That wasn't charisma, that was containment. Containment is power. It's the ability to hold your energy instead of spilling it, to remain composed when others shake, to be unreadable, not because you're hiding something, but because you've chosen not to reveal everything. The less they know about your desires, your fears, your strategy, the more they project onto you, and when they project, they expose themselves. Meanwhile, you remain still. You remain present, you remain untouchable. This is why the most powerful people are often the quietest, not because they lack thoughts, but because they've learned the value of not revealing them too soon. They understand that mystery creates leverage, that ambiguity breeds curiosity, that stillness breeds respect. You don't have to be obvious to be effective. You don't have to be seen to be significant, because power is not a performance, it is a presence, and presence hides in plain sight. You've been taught that honesty is power, that transparency builds trust, that if you're open, clear, and easy to read, people will like you, respect you, follow you. But that's a trap. Because in the real game of power, the one no one talks about, transparency is not a strength, it's a vulnerability. It's the open window that lets everyone see inside your mind, your plans, your fears, and once they can see you, they can control you. People say they want honesty, but what they really want is advantage. The more they know about you, the easier it is to manipulate you. They learn how to win your favor, how to disarm you, how to push your buttons, how to gain your sympathy, how to play your game better than you do. That's why the illusion of transparency is so seductive and so dangerous. You think being an open book will protect you from betrayal, but in truth, it only gives people the blueprint for how to betray you. They'll use your honesty to write their own story, not yours. They'll take your truth and twist it into something they can leverage, and when they finally strike, they'll smile and say they were just being honest too. Transparency is not what they told you it is. It doesn't make you powerful, it makes you predictable, and predictability is control in someone else's hands. Think of the most influential people you've ever met. Were they the ones who poured out their thoughts with every sentence? Or were they the ones who made you wonder what they were really thinking, even when they said nothing at all? That's the mark of real power. Ambiguity, controlled silence, a presence that reveals just enough to draw people in, but never enough to be figured out. That's where influence lives. Because the moment someone believes they understand you, they stop listening to you and start preparing for you. They stop trusting your words and start interpreting them. They stop being present and start calculating. But if they don't know what you want, if they don't know what drives you, what scares you, what you plan to do next, they stay off balance. They remain cautious, curious, dependent. And that's where your advantage begins. It's not that you lie. It's that you withhold with intention. You speak carefully, sparingly, strategically. You give people pieces, never the whole. Because once they believe they have the whole, they stop looking. But when they sense there's more, something just behind the words, something they can't quite place, they become invested. They pay closer attention. They try harder to impress you, to win your favor, to earn your trust. And without even realizing it, they begin to play your game. You don't owe them full access. You don't owe them clarity. Your thoughts are not a public service. Your feelings are not community property. You decide what to share and when. You choose the temperature of the room with your tone, your pace, your silences. This is not manipulation. This is precision. Power doesn't need to be dishonest, it just needs to be selective. That's the difference between hiding and holding. When you hide, it's rooted in fear. When you hold, it's rooted in control. You are not withholding truth to deceive. You're holding your truth because not everyone deserves to touch it. Because power isn't about giving more, it's about giving well. You don't need to justify your boundaries. You don't need to defend your privacy. You don't need to explain your strategy. Let them think they see all of you. Let them believe they understand your intentions. Let them create a map in their mind, one that's just slightly wrong. Because while they act on those false maps, you're already somewhere else. You're already 10 moves ahead. You're not playing the game they think you are. That's the beauty of the illusion. People confuse openness with authenticity. But the truth is, the most authentic people are rarely the most exposed. They are grounded, centered. They know who they are, and they don't need the world to validate it. Authenticity isn't disclosure, it's alignment. An alignment doesn't require explanation. You can be real without being readable. You can be clear with your purpose and still be a mystery to those who seek to use you. Power thrives in that mystery, because clarity, too much of it, becomes a trap. When you explain yourself constantly, people stop asking better questions. When you justify your choices, you give others a path to question them. When you speak every thought, you surrender your inner world to the outside, and once your internal compass becomes public knowledge, they'll use it to steer you toward their shores. You must protect that compass. Not out of fear, out of mastery, because when people can't locate your center, they can't pull you off it. They'll try, they'll project, they'll assume, but their assumptions are not your responsibility. Their need for certainty is not your obligation. Let them sit in the unknown. Let them wrestle with your silence. Let them wonder what your next move might be. Because that space, that ambiguity, is where your power breathes. It's where their control ends and your influence begins. You're not here to be easy to understand. You're here to be impossible to forget. And those are not the same thing. You are not here to be decoded, mapped, or measured. You are here to move in ways that make others stop, pause, and question their own assumptions. That's what presence does. It doesn't shout. It doesn't explain. It just exists with such quiet certainty that others feel it, without ever quite knowing why. So remember this. Transparency is a tool, not a rule. Use it only when it serves you. Reveal only what amplifies your position, your clarity, your direction. Hold the rest. Let it simmer beneath the surface. Because in a world obsessed with being seen, the one who knows how to disappear becomes the one they never stop watching. Let them wonder. Let them chase shadows. Let them think they understand the shape of your power. And then, when they've settled into their assumptions, change shape, shift direction, disappear into yourself. Because the illusion of transparency was never real, and now neither are their defenses. Words are like currency. The more you spend, the less each one is worth. The world trains you to speak, to explain, to fill every space with sound, to prove yourself, to be clear, to be nice, to be available. But real power doesn't announce itself. It doesn't explain. It doesn't need to speak to be understood. When you speak less, you begin to control the tempo of the room. You shift the rhythm of conversation. You become the one others listen to more carefully, not because you said something loud, but because you say so little that every word feels important. You don't interrupt. You don't overshare. You don't chase connection through noise. You understand the gravity of silence. You know that words, when used wisely, become tools of influence, not just expression. People think that by talking more they gain control. But in truth, the more you talk, the more you reveal. Your thoughts, your fears, your patterns, your vulnerabilities, all spilling out with each sentence. And the one who listens, quiet, steady, observant, gains all the leverage. Because in power, silence is not absence, it's presence. It says, I'm here. I'm watching. I don't need to prove anything. And when people don't know what you're thinking, they start to guess. They fill the silence with their assumptions. They project their desires and fears onto you. They tell you more than they meant to because they feel the pressure of your stillness. You learn more when you say less. You see the spaces between their words, the insecurity behind their confidence, the contradiction beneath their logic. And as they talk and talk and talk, you collect everything. Every hint, every opening, every blind spot. Then, when you do speak, your words land like precision strikes. Not because you're louder, but because you've been waiting, studying, like planning. That's why restraint is power, not repression, not fear, but deliberate withholding, strategic quiet. You hold your tongue not because you have nothing to say, but because what you say will shift everything. When you do speak, it has weight, it has timing, it lands differently. The person who talks all the time becomes background noise, but the one who speaks rarely becomes unforgettable. It's not about being silent forever. It's about mastering the art of choosing when, how, and why you speak, knowing that a single sentence can tilt the entire room if placed at the right moment. When others are trying to impress, you observe. When they argue, you analyze. When they rush to fill the space, you hold it. You don't chase their energy, you regulate it. You become the still point in the chaos. And that stillness becomes magnetic, because people are drawn to what they don't understand, to what doesn't try too hard, to what doesn't need anything from them. When you say less, people become curious. They want to know what you're thinking. They lean in closer. They try harder to earn your attention. You shift from speaker to authority. You stop participating in noise and begin directing energy. You lead by being the one who doesn't need to speak to be heard. And slowly, the room begins to revolve around you. This doesn't mean you never speak. It means you stop giving away your power through unnecessary words. It means you stop explaining yourself to people who already made up their mind. It means you stop offering clarity to those who only seek control. Let them wonder. Let them sit in the unknown. Let them struggle with the silence you leave behind. Because in that discomfort, your influence begins to grow. Most people are addicted to their own voice. They talk to relieve anxiety, to fill silence, to be liked, to feel important. But in doing so, they drain themselves. They weaken their position. They give others a map to their mind. But when you resist that impulse, when you train yourself to hold back, you begin to gain something they'll never have. Mystique, gravity, dominance without aggression. You no longer need to win with words, you win with presence, with awareness, with precision. Even in conflict, the one who speaks less holds more power. Because emotion lives in speed, in reaction, in explanation, but power lives in pause, in deliberate speech, in patience. Let them escalate, let them monologue. Let them expose every card in their hand. You don't have to match them. You don't have to interrupt. You don't even have to respond immediately. Your quietness becomes pressure. It becomes a mirror they can't avoid. And eventually they start to break. They question themselves. They try to pull you into their storm. They grow uncomfortable with their own volume. Because silence is the great disruptor. It interrupts their performance, it forces them inward, and once they're turned inward, they can't play offense anymore. They become unsure, and in their uncertainty you become the anchor. This is the forgotten art of control, not by force, not by dominance, but by simplicity, by speechlessness, by the power of withholding, in meetings, in relationships, in negotiations. Say less. Let others fill the space. Let them overexpose. Let them underestimate you. And when you do speak, speak with structure, speak with clarity, speak with enough weight that they remember it when you fall silent again. You become the punctuation in the noise, the period at the end of their chaos, the moment everything slows down. You're not here to be heard constantly. You're here to be heard strategically. Because power doesn't come from more talking, it comes from mastering the tension of less, Froome choosing silence over self-disclosure. From knowing that when you say less, you control more. There's a myth that force creates fear, that power is sharp, heavy, aggressive, that control must be loud to be heard. But the truth is colder and more elegant. The most dangerous blade is the one you never see coming, the one hidden behind a smile, the one wrapped in velvet, dipped in kindness, offered like a gift. Soft words, gentle, calm, and non-threatening, can shape reality more effectively than commands. They disarm, confuse, and lure. They slip beneath defenses. They sound like comfort, but they move like strategy. Anyone can raise their voice. Anyone can bark orders, issue threats, force outcomes. But when you speak softly, deliberately, without urgency, people lean in. They listen more closely. They assign more meaning to each word, not because of what you say, but because of how you say it. And in that softness, you gain control. Because people are not wired to fear gentleness. They drop their guard in the presence of calm. They interpret it as safety, as honesty, as humility. They open up. They give more than they meant to. They show you who they are, all while you remain steady, calm, hidden behind your softness. Power doesn't always need to dominate. Sometimes it needs to seduce. Sometimes the best way to lead someone is to make them believe they're leading themselves. That's what soft words do. They feel like collaboration, like shared ideas, like mutual understanding. But beneath that surface they carry direction, influence, a current that moves people where you want them to go without them even realizing they've shifted. Think about it. When someone confronts you with fire, your instinct is to resist, to defend, to match their energy. But when someone speaks gently, when their tone is low, their body still, their words measured, it becomes harder to fight. You hesitate. You try to understand. You give them space they haven't demanded. That hesitation is leverage. In negotiation, soft words slow the pace. They disrupt urgency. They make the other side explain more, offer more, justify more. You listen. You nod. You say things like, "I understand," or "that makes sense," or "let me think about that." They feel heard, valued, respected. But they don't realize they've begun to talk themselves into your position. Softness isn't weakness, it's a container. It holds space while others spill into it. It absorbs energy without reacting. And in doing so, it sets the tone. Because power always sets the tone. Soft words don't give up control, they just cloak it. They let others speak first. They ask questions instead of giving commands. They shift conversations without appearing to lead them. You say, "I wonder if there's another way to look at this." You say, "I hear what you're saying. What if we tried this instead?" You say, "I could be wrong, but here's a thought." And just like that, you've inserted your influence. Not by pushing, not by declaring, but by guiding, suggesting, planting seeds. And people don't resist seeds. They carry them, they nurture them, they make them their own. That's the real power of soft words. They don't impose, they infect. And once someone believes your idea was theirs, they'll defend it, fight for it, build upon it, all while you watch it grow. This is what great leaders know, what skilled manipulators understand, what long-term strategists master. They don't waste energy on resistance. They speak softly and let others walk willingly into alignment. Because the person who commands attention doesn't always raise their voice. Sometimes they lower it. They make people lean forward to hear. They slow their speech, creating pauses thick with gravity. And in those pauses, the listener fills in meaning. They assume depth, wisdom, control, even when the message is simple, even when the words are few, because softness is psychological. It implies you're not afraid, that you don't need force to be heard, that your power is so deeply rooted it doesn't need performance, and people feel that. They feel it when you stay calm while others escalate. They feel it when your voice remains steady during chaos. They feel it when you whisper and it cuts louder than their scream. There is strength in softness, not in the surface of the word, but in its center. Soft words don't just guide others, they guide you. They keep you composed when you could erupt. They keep you present when you're being tested. They remind you that restraint is a form of power. that you can remain seated while others stand and shout, that you can speak slowly while others trip over themselves to be heard, that you can say less and mean more. It's easy to get caught in emotional reflexes, to defend yourself when attacked, to explain yourself when misunderstood, to fight noise with noise. That each time you resist that urge, each time you return to calm, you reclaim your power. You remind yourself that control doesn't come from dominating others. It comes from not needing to. You don't win by overpowering them. You win by outlasting them, by being the consistent, grounded force they return to after burning themselves out. That's the role of soft words. They don't react. They respond. They don't prove. They reveal. They don't seek attention. They command it, quietly. And that quietness echoes louder than any shout, because the softest voice in the room is often the one everyone remembers, not because it performed, but because it made everyone else drop their act, because it felt like truth, because it felt like home, because it felt like something that couldn't be shaken. You don't have to match the volume of the world, you only have to master the depth of your own tone, and once you do, you'll realize that power doesn't always roar. Sometimes it whispers, and the whisper moves everything. Let them think you're smaller than you are. Let them believe you're not a threat. Let them see what they want to see, because the moment someone underestimates you, they give you space. And in that space, power grows silently. There's a unique kind of freedom that comes when people think you're harmless. They let down their guard. They speak freely around you. They expose their ambitions, their fears, their vulnerabilities. They laugh at you, dismiss you, overlook you. But that's where your advantage begins, because no one defends themselves against someone they've already decided can't win. No one builds walls against shadows, and if they don't think you're a storm, they won't notice the gathering clouds. Being underestimated is not an insult. It's a gift. A window, a strategic delay, because the moment they stop watching you, you can move freely. You can gather, build, position, and when the moment comes, when you decide to strike, they won't know what hit them. That's how the invisible hand works. It doesn't push, it guides. It doesn't announce, it arrives. And by the time they realize who you are, it's too late to defend against what you've become. This is the art of playing small on purpose, not out of fear, but out of vision. You don't need to be seen to be effective. You don't need to be recognized to make an impact. You don't need to convince anyone of your power. In fact, the more you try, the more power you give away, because effort signals desire, and desire signals lack. But when you stop trying to be noticed, when you allow yourself to be overlooked, you start to shape the field without resistance. Let them look past you. Let them speak over you. Let them think you're simple, slow, naive. Then listen. Then learn. Watch how they operate when they think they've already won. Watch how their confidence becomes carelessness. Watch how their ego blinds them. Because when they underestimate you, they stop preparing for you. They stop calculating your next move. They stop adapting to your presence. And that's when the game tilts in your favor. You don't need to argue. You don't need to correct them. Let them be wrong about you. Let them tell others how unremarkable you are. Let them believe you're forgettable. Because while they're writing you off, you're writing the rules. That's the power of invisibility. It gives you the element of surprise, not just once, but always. Each time you show a glimpse of who you really are, it shifts something in them. A pause, a second glance, a moment of confusion. They start to question what they missed. They begin to see the cracks in their assumptions. But by then, the seed has already taken root. You've already stepped inside their blind spot. You've already positioned yourself where they never thought to look. This isn't about being deceitful. This is about being deliberate. You don't downplay your power because you're unsure of it. You downplay it because you know it doesn't need to be flaunted. Because real power doesn't beg to be acknowledged. It waits. It waits behind the quiet ones, the patient ones, the ones who smile and nod and listen while others burn themselves out trying to be impressive. Power thrives in understatement, and you become powerful the moment you no longer need to be perceived as such. Let them think you're the helper, not the leader. Let them give you small tasks while you learn how the entire system works. Let them use your presence to feel smarter, stronger, more important, as you're not threatened by their pride, you're studying it. And when the opportunity arises, when the chaos inevitably unfolds, when the loud ones collapse under the weight of their own ego, they'll look around for someone stable, someone calm, someone capable. They'll look for you, and they'll act like they just discovered you. They'll forget that you were always there. But you'll remember every moment they ignored you, every time they smiled politely and moved on, every assumption they made, and you'll use all of it. Because being underestimated is not just a shield, it's a mirror. It shows you exactly who they are. It tells you what they think strength looks like, what they respect, what they expect. And once you understand their expectations, you can play beneath them. You can move under the radar of their awareness. You can twist the game from the inside without anyone realizing you're the one holding the pieces. Let them talk. Let them dominate the space. Let them dismiss your silence. You're not there to compete. You're there to observe. And then, only when the moment is right, you act. And when you do, you don't need to explain. You don't need to say, "I told you so." Your presence will speak for itself. Because the quiet one they thought was just a follower will be the one with all the leverage, all the insight, all the influence. That's what happens when you let others underestimate you. They leave the door open, they stop guarding the throne, and when no one's looking, you walk in and sit down. This isn't about pretending to be less. It's about being strategic with your visibility. It's about revealing power slowly, deliberately, with impact. Because the person who shows everything at once has nothing left to surprise with. But the one who reveals themselves in layers, in calculated doses, controls the entire narrative. Let them think you're not ready. Let them think you're still learning. Let them think you're the last person to worry about. And while they think, you become. You become the one they never prepared for, the one they underestimated until it was too late, the one they now call essential but can never quite explain. That's your power, not in being seen, but in being misseen until the moment you choose to be revealed. And by then, you've already won. Influence doesn't always wear a crown. It doesn't always sit at the head of the table or carry the final signature. Influence, real influence, often moves without name, without credit, without recognition. It doesn't need ownership to control direction. It doesn't need visibility to alter the course of things. You can shape reality without leaving fingerprints. In fact, that's the highest form of influence. To guide the outcome without owning the outcome. To shift minds, decisions, policies, emotions, all while standing just behind the curtain. When you release the need to be credited, you free yourself from resistance. People don't push against what they think they created. They don't reject what they believe was their idea. So you speak not in declarations, but in quiet suggestions, in questions that sound like curiosity, in stories that plant seeds, in silence that invites reconsideration. You don't direct, you redirect. You don't demand, you design. You say just enough to move the energy, never enough to be pinned to the result. And because of that, you become indispensable. Not in the spotlight, but in the shadow that shapes the light. This is not manipulation, it's mastery. It's knowing that most people aren't searching for truth, they're searching for confirmation. And if you present the truth as your own, they may resist it. But if you wrap it in their language, their emotion, their frame, they'll claim it, defend it, live by it. So you give them the win. You give them the moment. You let them believe it came from them, while you stand back and watch the ripples form. That's influence without ownership. You don't need to own the stage to own the room. You don't need to lead loudly to be followed. You simply need to understand one thing. People will carry your vision further if they think it's theirs. So, you don't compete for control. You don't wrestle for attention. You watch. You time. You insert one word into the conversation, just one, and it tilts everything. A pause here, a look there, a tone that shifts the temperature in the room. You ask, what if we tried this? And they do. They act. They implement. They never realize. They just walked into your design. Because you don't need to push, you need to place. Influence is a placement game. And when you stop chasing ownership, you gain leverage. You're no longer attached to the outcome being public. You don't need the recognition, the applause, the name on the plaque. You've transcended that. You've learned that credit feeds ego, but control feeds legacy, and legacy lasts longer. You want to move through systems, through people, through decisions, quietly. You want to be the force no one saw coming, but everyone feels. You want to be the person whose advice they repeat at dinner, not remembering where they heard it first. You want to be the sentence they can't forget, the whisper that changed the entire strategy. You can be that, if you let go of the need to own everything you touch. Ownership is loud, it's heavy, it invites scrutiny, competition, resentment. But influence is light, it's quiet. It slips through barriers and rewrites the structure from within. And while others are busy fighting for the title, you've already shaped the direction. Because power doesn't always look like command. Sometimes it looks like calm observation, like the person at the edge of the meeting who says little, but when they speak, everyone stops. Not because they speak often, but because what they say shifts everything. That's who you become when you release the need to be seen. When you learn to embed your influence instead of displaying it. People trust what doesn't ask for validation. They lean into what feels effortless. They remember what didn't try to impress. Because in a world obsessed with credit, the one who doesn't seek it becomes rare. And rarity creates value. They'll begin to come to you not because you demanded it, but because they trust your presence, your insight, your steadiness. You didn't ask for control, but now they rely on it. They call you when things fall apart. They ask for your thoughts when no one else can solve the problem, and when they finally succeed, they stand in the light, while you've already moved on to shape the next thing. This is how influence multiplies, quietly, subtly, without ownership. Because when you give up the need to be the face, you become the foundation. And no one sees the foundation until it's missing. When you influence without owning, you're everywhere, unseen but felt. The strategy no one questions. The voice they hear in moments of decision even when you're not in the room. This is how real leaders operate. Not through constant authority, but through quiet calibration, through energy, through alignment. You don't enforce your power, you radiate it. Moreover, you use your voice to reduce the fear and pain of others, instead of occasion perturb. You don't hold people in place, you draw them into gravity, because influence that lasts doesn't come from dominance. It comes from resonance, from understanding how people think, what they need, and how to present truth in a way that aligns with their view of the world. That's the secret, not changing people by force, but by frequency. And when you match their frequency just long enough to be heard, you begin to shift it, little by little, word by word, until they're speaking your language without realizing it. That's when you know you've won, because you've changed the pattern, not from the top, but from underneath it. You've become the architect, not the tenant, and that role, it doesn't require ownership, just influence, just presence. Just the willingness to be underestimated, unseen, and still in control. So release the need to be known. Let others carry your ideas without your name on them. Let them take the credit. Let them enjoy the light. You've already moved on to the next room, the next mind, the next moment. That's where you live now, not in the spotlight, but in the system. Not in applause, but in alignment. Not in ownership, but in influence. And that is the quietest, most lasting power of all. Charm is disarming. It's the warmth that makes you feel safe, the laugh that softens a room, the compliment that seems casual but lands just where your insecurities live. It's the smoothness in conversation, the timing of a joke, the eye contact held just long enough to make you feel seen. Charm walks beside you like a friend. It offers you belonging, understanding, connection. You relax, you lower your defenses, you believe. But here's what no one tells you. Charm, at its highest level, is a weapon, not because it wounds, but because it gets too close. It's a mask, with teeth hidden just behind the smile. Not all charm is dangerous, of course, but the kind that endures, the kind that bends people without them realizing, always carries something darker beneath the surface. A knowing, a control, a quiet willingness to use softness as leverage. You've felt it before. That person who draws you in effortlessly, who makes you feel important, seen, even special. You laugh more around them. You say more than you meant to. You begin to crave their attention without understanding why. And then something shifts. They pull back slightly. The warmth cools. They're still polite, still smiling, but now you're leaning in. Now you're wondering what changed. Now you want their approval even more. This is not an accident. This is charm, strategically deployed. Because charm is never just about connection. It's about positioning. It's about control wrapped in pleasantness. About influence that doesn't trigger resistance. Makes people want to say yes before they've even considered the question. And the most dangerous charmers are the ones who seem completely harmless. Because we don't prepare for kindness. We don't build defenses against friendliness. We open up, we share. And every word we share becomes ammunition. That's how charm works. Not by force, but by invitation. You give them the key and they slowly rearrange the furniture of your mind. This is what makes charm more effective than intimidation. Fear pushes people away. Charm pulls them in. And when someone is close to you, emotionally, psychologically, they're easier to shape, easier to manipulate, easier to own. Charm tells you what you want to hear but never gives you quite enough. It creates the illusion of intimacy without the substance. It builds rapport while maintaining distance. It smiles while it studies you. And once it knows what you need, recognition, comfort, validation, it offers just enough to hook you. Then it starts to move you. Gently, invisibly. You follow not because you're forced, but because it feels good, because the charming person always makes you feel like you're choosing. That's the trick, that's the brilliance. You think you're following your own will, but you're walking a path they laid brick by brick. Charm doesn't demand submission, it offers seduction. And seduction doesn't ask for power, it waits for you to give it away willingly. This is why those who are truly powerful often develop a kind of charm that feels effortless. It's not about charisma in the traditional sense. It's about energy, resonance, a subtle awareness of how people work. And once you understand that, once you learn to read the room, adjust your tone, offer just enough attention, you start to build your own mask. You don't have to dominate to control. You charm. You reflect back their hopes, their fears, their desires. You say little, but you say it with presence. You don't interrupt. You let them talk. You become the person who listens better than anyone else. And in that listening you gather everything you need. Every insecurity, every pressure point, every unspoken need. Then you wrap your influence in sweetness. You say the right thing at the right time. You mirror their language. You build rapport until they feel tethered to you. And when you pull back, they feel it. They don't just miss your words. They miss the version of themselves they became around you. They want it back. So they return. They seek you out. They offer more, because charm, when used well, becomes a kind of addiction. It's a high people don't notice until it's gone. But you must be careful, because when you possess this level of influence, you'll be tempted to use it carelessly. You'll want to see how far you can push. But true power lies in restraint, in knowing you can shape someone and choosing not to, in knowing you can seduce and instead choosing to observe, in knowing you can pull someone in but letting them come closer on their own. That's when your charm becomes art, not manipulation, but mastery. It's not about deception, it's about awareness. You understand the temperature of every conversation. You know when to speak, when to nod, when to tilt your head and let someone feel heard. And if someone tries to use charm on you, you'll see it instantly. You'll feel the performance. You'll spot the excess. Because real charm doesn't chase. It doesn't oversell. It simply exists, light enough to be missed, heavy enough to be remembered. That's what makes it dangerous, not its presence but its absence. People don't just like charm, they rely on it, and when you take it away, they are left in the cold. They wonder what they did wrong. They try harder, they overextend. And you do nothing. You simply watch. You understand that the power wasn't in what you gave them, it was in how you withheld it. Charm is the mask that lets you enter unnoticed. And the teeth, those come later, not in anger, not in force, but in silence, in boundaries, in refusals wrapped in kindness. I'd love to, but I can't. Let me get back to you. I completely understand and I'm choosing otherwise. Each line delivered with a smile, each one cutting deeper than a shout ever could. Because charm isn't about being liked. It's about being remembered. It's about being just out of reach, just enough to keep them wondering, just enough to keep them wanting. And when they want more from you than you're willing to give, that's when your power is at its peak, not because they fear you, but because they can't forget you, because you are warm, but untouchable, inviting, but elusive, soft, but sharp. That's the mask, that's the secret, that's charm, with teeth. The ones you're told to watch, the ones on the stage, the ones under lights, the ones in headlines, they're rarely the ones you need to worry about. True power doesn't parade itself. It doesn't crave the stage. It doesn't need the validation of the crowd. It doesn't seek applause. Power, real power, avoids the spotlight because it knows something most people never learn. The moment you're seen, you're studied. The moment you're studied, you're predicted. And once you're predicted, you're controlled. Visibility comes at a cost, and that cost is freedom. It's harder to move in silence when the room is watching. Harder to shift outcomes when your every gesture is being interpreted. Harder to stay ahead when people know your rhythm. So power chooses invisibility. It chooses to move like shadow across glass. It shows just enough to be respected, but never enough to be fully understood. You may think influence requires visibility, that to shape the world you must be center stage, that people must know your name, follow your every move, quote your ideas. But what if influence is more potent when it's invisible? What if it works best when it's never traced back to you? What if your power grows the moment you let go of being seen? Because when you're not in the spotlight, you can see everything. You can observe without being observed. You can pull strings without having to hold the stage. You watch how they move, how they talk, how they change when the attention shifts. And while they're performing, you're positioning. Because performance is loud, but power is quiet. It's the voice in the ear of the speaker, the whisper behind the throne, the suggestion that feels like an original thought. Spotlight breeds dependency. You start needing it. Needing the eyes, the attention, the validation. You start shaping yourself around what they want to see instead of who you really are. But when you let that go, when you let the lights pass over you, you step into a different kind of freedom. You move without commentary, you operate without pressure. You lead without resistance. People don't prepare for what they can't see. They defend against the visible, they challenge what stands in front of them, but when you're in the background, when you're the hand, not the face, there's no target, no attack, no defense, you simply move. And others move around you. This is how the world really works. Decisions are shaped before they're announced. Minds are changed long before the conversation ends. Perception is molded in silence, not in speech. You don't need to be in the spotlight to be in control. In fact, the more invisible you become, the more access you gain. People open up around you. They drop their masks. They speak freely. Because you don't seem like a threat. You don't compete for status. You don't interrupt their performance, and so they perform for you. They reveal everything, and all you have to do is remember. Remember what they fear, what they need, what they seek to protect. Then use it, not with malice, but with precision. Use it to build leverage, to shape direction, to move outcomes. The spotlight can't give you that. It can only give you attention. And attention fades. But what you build behind the curtain, what you understand, what you design, what you orchestrate, that lasts. Think about the people who truly run things, the ones who decide policy, pull economic strings, steer industries, shape culture. They're not the ones trending. They're the ones placing bets behind closed doors, the ones with quiet networks, the ones who speak rarely, but when they do, their words ripple across markets, across minds. You don't hear them because they don't need to be heard. They've already positioned themselves inside the system. While others are auditioning for relevance, they're engineering permanence. That's your model. Not to shine, but to endure. Not to rise quickly, but to rise quietly. And when the world finally notices, you'll be too far ahead for them to catch. So step back. Not because you're afraid of the spotlight, but because you're bigger than it. Because you've outgrown the need to be seen. You're not here to perform. You're here to direct. You're not here to impress. You're here to imprint. You don't need followers. You need access. And access is granted more freely to the one who doesn't ask for recognition. To the one who shows up without spectacle, without noise, without ego. To the one who doesn't need credit to make an impact. This is your edge. While they scramble for attention, you're building architecture beneath their feet. And when they finally look down, they'll realize the ground has shifted. And they'll wonder when it happened. They'll wonder who allowed it. They won't realize it was you. Because you were there the whole time, just not where they expected you to be, not under the lights, but in the silence between applause, in the margins of the plan, in the moments after the meeting ends and the real conversation begins. That's where power lives, where it's quiet, where it listens, where it moves without needing to be named. So let them have the spotlight. Let them burn for it. You're not here to burn. You're here to last, and the ones who last are never the ones who shout the loudest. They're the ones who are still standing after the noise fades, still building, still pulling strings, still moving, unseen. Because true power doesn't need the spotlight. It needs space. And when you stop seeking to be seen, you'll finally see everything. Watch first. That's the law beneath all other laws of power. Before you move, before you speak, before you reveal a single intention, watch. Because while others are busy trying to be seen, trying to assert themselves, trying to mark territory with noise and motion, the one who watches collects everything. And in the long game, the one who sees the most wins. There's something deeply underestimated about the quiet observer. People often confuse stillness with indecision, silence with insecurity. They assume the one who says less knows less, but you know better. You know that presence without pressure creates a kind of gravitational pull. that when you watch without reacting, you start to see beneath the surface of things, how people posture, how they edit their words, how they shift their tone depending on who's listening. The performer is easy to read. They're so busy broadcasting that they forget they're also being recorded. Every gesture, every overreach, every moment of flattery or false humility, it all gets archived by the one who is still. You are that stillness. You are that mirror no one sees until it's too late. Because watching is not passive. It is active absorption. It is the discipline of restraint, the weapon of the patient. You notice what others don't. You catch what slips through the cracks. You hear the second meaning behind the first sentence. You become a map maker of motives, drawing lines between what's said and what's actually meant. And as you watch, you wait. You gather. You file away weaknesses, patterns, tells. You store away the inconsistencies, the fake alliances, the subtle contempt behind a compliment, all while they believe you're harmless. That's your edge. While they spend energy on performance, you spend none. While they fill the air with strategies and boasts, you breathe quietly. While they reveal themselves, you protect your center. And in time, everything turns, because knowledge is leverage. And the one who watches long enough eventually sees how it all connects. The alliances, the betrayals, the fears no one names, the fractures that haven't surfaced yet. You saw it bending weeks ago. You're not shaken when they switch sides. You already knew their loyalty was just borrowed convenience. Because watching gives you time, and time gives you position, position gives you choice, choice gives you power. Most people don't want to wait, they want action. Speed, declaration, they want to move fast so they can feel in control. But the need to act quickly is the enemy of strategy. You wait until movement means something, until the room is revealed, until the players are tired, until the story is loud enough that you no longer need to guess its ending. That's when you step in. That's when you speak. That's when you reveal that you were never out of the game, just out of the spotlight. They'll wonder how you knew, how you predicted what they couldn't. They won't remember how much they told you when they weren't paying attention. They won't notice how many times they gave you the blueprint while you just listened, nodded, and gave nothing in return. Because the watcher collects more in a moment of stillness than the speaker does in hours of noise. The observer owns the tempo. Because you don't chase rhythm, you regulate it. You don't insert yourself into every conflict. You wait for the exact moment your influence will shift the tide. You don't interrupt, you study. And the more you study, the more control you gain, not by force, but by foresight. Because while others move on impulse, you move by pattern. While they react to emotion, you respond to architecture. That's how you win. Quietly, methodically, and by the time they realize you've been watching, you're already behind the wheel. People want to be seen so badly, they don't realize they're being watched. They perform for approval. They expose themselves for attention. They reveal their hand to feel important. You let them. You offer a safe space. You give them your eyes, your presence, your stillness. And they mistake it for submission. They don't realize you're archiving everything, because you know this truth. Information is power. But observation is information without permission. It's the doorway no one guards. The vault no one locks. And you've walked through it 1,000 times while they talk themselves blind. This is your craft. Watching until knowing becomes instinct, until the game becomes a slow mimation sequence you've already memorized. And once you know, you never need to guess. That's where dominance begins, not in aggression, but in clarity, not in shouting, but in sight. And so you sit in silence. You let them underestimate you. You let them talk. You let them repeat themselves. Because every repetition is a pattern, and every pattern is a path, and every path leads somewhere they didn't want you to see. But you've already arrived, because you've been watching, and the one who watches always wins. Silence unnerves people. It unsettles them. It creates a vacuum they instinctively try to fill. You've seen it happen. The awkward pause after a statement, the way someone's eyes flicker, their posture shifts, their words scramble to cover the stillness. That moment isn't empty. It's charged, alive. And if you know how to hold it, you control it. Because silence isn't nothing. It's pressure. It's weight. It's the mirror no one wants to look into. When used with intention, silence becomes psychological warfare. Not through cruelty, but through calibration. You become the one who refuses to play by the social rhythm. You're not there to reassure them, to keep things comfortable, to soften the edges. You're there to hold space and watch what it does to them. Most people are addicted to sound, to response, to confirmation that they've been heard and validated. When they don't get that confirmation, when you say nothing, do nothing, they don't feel peace. They feel panic. The silence eats at them. They start projecting, assuming. They wonder, did I say the wrong thing? Are they angry? Do they know something I don't? And now, without lifting a finger, you've made them spiral inside their own mind. This is not about being cold or distant. It's about holding power without having to prove it. It's about letting your stillness do what their noise can't, expose the truth beneath the performance. In negotiation, silence makes the other side reveal more. They can't stand the vacuum. They talk to avoid discomfort. And in that talking, they give away what they were trying to hide. In a conflict, silence de-escalates the surface but escalates the tension. Your refusal to engage emotionally forces them to feel the weight of their own emotion. They throw words into a void and get nothing back, and that drives them mad. In relationships, silence sets the tone. It teaches people that access to your emotional energy isn't automatic, that just because they want a reaction doesn't mean they'll get one. And when someone realizes you won't respond just because they want you to, they start approaching you differently, with caution, with respect, with strategy. Because they know now your silence is not emptiness, it's choice, it's power wrapped in stillness. You don't need to defend yourself. You don't need to explain your boundaries. You don't need to clarify your position every time someone doesn't understand you. Silence does that for you. When you stop reacting, you become unpredictable. And unpredictability is terrifying to those who crave control. They expect feedback, pushback, closure, but you give them none. You hold your ground without sound. And in doing so, you create a kind of tension that can't be dismissed. They can ignore words. They can argue with statements. But they can't fight silence. They can't push against what won't move. So they begin to question themselves. Not because you told them to, but because you didn't. And the mind, when left in that void, becomes its own battlefield. They replay your stillness over and over, trying to decode it, trying to understand what it meant. But you already know what it meant. It meant you didn't need to speak to make your point. It meant you were already 10 steps ahead. It meant you were comfortable with discomfort. And they weren't. Silence reveals who has control. The one who can sit in stillness, or the one who rushes to break it. You've seen it in meetings, in arguments, in moments of high emotion. Whoever speaks first usually loses, because the one who speaks first is trying to relieve pressure. But pressure is power. If you can hold it, if you can carry the discomfort of not reacting, you change the dynamic of every room you enter. You become the one they can't read. The one they have to consider more carefully. The one whose opinion, when finally spoken, lands with gravity. Because you didn't waste words. You let silence speak for you. That's when people start leaning in. They hang on your every word. Not because you talk a lot, but because you don't. They know if you say something, it matters. They know if you're quiet, you're calculating. You're always communicating, even when you're silent. Especially when you're silent. Because silence speaks in a language louder than words. It says, I don't need to be understood to be grounded. It says, I'm not here to react, I'm here to observe. It says, you don't get to pull me out of myself with your chaos. This is the deepest psychological edge you can have, the ability to remain inward when everything around you demands an outward reaction. To sit still when others shake, to breathe slow when others spiral, to look directly into the noise and say nothing, because your silence says it all. And yes, some people will hate you for it. They'll accuse you of being cold, distant, manipulative, because they can't control it, because they don't understand it, because your stillness holds up a mirror to their own instability. But that's not your problem. Your job isn't to make people feel comfortable, it's to stay rooted in your own power. And silence is the root. It's the ground beneath your presence. It's the void where weak strategies fall apart. It's the pause that resets the game. And if you can master that pause, if you can remain composed when others can't, you'll win wars without ever raising your voice. You'll shift rooms without ever leaving your seat. You'll lead without ever needing to follow the noise. Because silence is not absence, it's design, it's structure, it's dominance without motion. And the one who can sit in silence while others chase sound, that's the one who owns the room. Affection is a drug. Given freely, it feels warm, stabilizing. It gives people a sense of safety, of belonging. It wraps around the nervous system like a blanket, signaling, you are accepted, you are valued, you are seen. But affection, when pulled away, becomes something else entirely. It creates ache. It disturbs equilibrium. It leaves a silence louder than any rejection. And in that silence a new kind of desire forms, not for love, not even for connection, but for restoration. They don't just miss you, they miss how they felt when you were near. This is the leverage most people never see. Affection isn't just emotion, it's currency. And when given with precision, it becomes one of the most effective psychological tools in the game of power, because people become dependent on what regulates their nervous system. They anchor themselves to the one who provides the emotional high, the calm, the attention, the warmth. They begin to expect it, to rely on it. And then you withdraw, not with cruelty, not with anger, but with elegance. You shift your energy, you pull back your emotional presence, you stop rewarding behavior with your glow. And suddenly the person who once felt secure starts to unravel, not because you took something away, but because they now realize how much they needed what you never promised to give forever. You didn't threaten, you didn't explain, you just stepped back. And the air changed. This is not manipulation, this is clarity. Because when you give affection unconditionally to people who haven't earned it, you lose influence. You teach them they don't need to value your presence because it's always available. But when you remove it, deliberately, calmly, without drama, you allow space for their need to emerge. Affection is power when it's rare. Attention is power when it's earned. And your presence becomes valuable the moment it becomes a choice, not an obligation. Understand this. People don't crave what they already have. They crave what feels just out of reach, what was once close but is now distant, what used to show up for them but no longer does. This is the psychological trigger. When affection is withdrawn, the brain doesn't just notice, it spirals. It starts asking questions. What changed? What did I do wrong? Why don't they look at me the same way? And now they're locked in your orbit, not because you asked them to be, but because they're trying to close a loop you opened with presence and left unfinished with silence. This is the real game. You don't dominate people through volume. You dominate them through contrast. Make them feel held, then let go. Make them feel chosen, then become unavailable. Make them feel important, then withdraw your light. And watch what happens. They start chasing the feeling, not you. Because the affection you gave wasn't random. It was attuned. It touched the places they wanted seen. It validated the self they hide. It gave them an experience they didn't know they needed until it vanished. You became the mirror they liked looking into. And now, without it, they feel blurred, uncertain, diminished. That is not your cruelty. That is their dependency. And dependency is the birthplace of leverage. But it only works when you don't explain. Never tell someone you're pulling back. Never warn them. Never dramatize your absence. You let the silence speak. You let the distance do the work. Because if they care, they'll feel it. If they're attached, they'll respond. And if they don't notice, then you were never valuable to them. And you've just saved yourself the effort of maintaining an illusion. This principle doesn't just apply to romantic dynamics. It applies to every human interaction. In leadership, when you withdraw attention, your team seeks it more. In friendship, when you stop initiating, they feel the gap. In influence, when you step back, people start realizing how much they relied on your presence to feel stable. But remember, this only works if the affection you gave was real, earned, intentional, because fake warmth doesn't create bonds, it creates noise. And when you remove noise, no one notices. But when you remove depth, people ache. So you must learn to give affection not carelessly but with precision. Speak in a tone that calms. Touch with purpose. Make eye contact that lands. Listen fully when you do listen. Give them the full experience of being seen, then remove it. Just enough. Just long enough. Until they question the silence. And in that question, need is born. This is where your gravity comes from, not from constant availability, but from conscious absence. You teach them not to take you for granted. You show them that your attention is not a faucet they control. You shift the dynamic without a single confrontation, because emotional withdrawal is a language of power. It doesn't scream, it whispers. You've lost access. And in that loss, people reevaluate everything. Their behavior, their assumptions, their value to you. This recalibration isn't about punishment, it's about clarity. You show them, without saying a word, that your affection is a gift, not a guarantee. And once that is understood, every interaction becomes more potent because now they know your presence means something, and the threat of its absence means even more. You are not there to fix people. You are not there to soothe endlessly. You are not there to overextend for those who see you as a utility. You are there to hold your ground and give affection as a form of impact, not a form of compromise. Because once they feel what it's like to lose your presence, they will either step up or disappear. Either way, you win. Because need is not something you demand. It's something you create by knowing when to give and when to go quiet, when to warm the room and when to walk away from it. That's not cruelty. That's command. And the one who commands affection rather than chases it owns the frame. Routine feels safe. It gives people the illusion of control. They build expectations around what comes next, how you'll act, what you'll say, how you'll respond. And as long as you behave in ways that confirm those expectations, they feel secure. But what feels secure to them becomes a cage for you, because the moment you become predictable, you become manageable, they start planning around you, anticipating you, matching your rhythm. And in that anticipation, your power weakens, not because you've lost it, but because it's no longer mysterious. Predictability turns presence into pattern. It gives others the blueprint of your behavior, and once they have that, they start gaming it. They mimic empathy to manipulate you. They pretend to agree just long enough to use your own habits against you. They don't even need to confront you directly. They just wait, because they already know what you'll do. They've seen you give second chances before. They know how long your silence lasts before you speak. They know which words soften you, which situations break your resolve, which buttons to press. You've trained them. Trained them to know exactly who you are, moment to moment. But here's the truth. Consistency may earn trust, but unpredictability commands respect. Because respect doesn't grow from being understood, it grows from being felt. And what is felt the most What cuts through the noise is surprise. The unexpected. The shift in pattern. The deviation from your usual reaction that makes people pause and wonder, wait, what just happened? That pause is your opening. That pause is where power begins, because when people can't predict you, they can't control you. They hesitate before making assumptions. They think twice before testing your boundaries. They wonder whether today's version of you is the one they were counting on, or someone they haven't met yet. And in that space of uncertainty, you become dominant. Not through aggression, not through threats, through disruption, through being unreadable. Being unpredictable doesn't mean being erratic. It means being dynamic. It means holding multiple modes within you and choosing which one to express based on strategy, not habit. Sometimes you're warm, sometimes you pull back, sometimes you let things slide, other times you shut them down immediately. Sometimes you explain, sometimes you stay silent. You move like weather felt but never forecasted. Because when people can't forecast you, they prepare more carefully. They tread more respectfully. They approach you with curiosity instead of assumption. That is when influence expands. When people start adjusting to you instead of expecting you to adjust to them. Predictability, though comforting, makes you smaller. It makes your reactions automatic, and anything automatic can be exploited. The kindest people are often the ones most taken for granted, not because kindness is weak, but because it becomes expected. It becomes background noise. People stop thanking you for the consistency. They start demanding it, assuming it, feeling entitled to it, until one day you change. You shift your tone. You say no without explanation. You withdraw without anger. You enforce without yelling. And suddenly they feel something new. Disruption. And disruption reasserts your position. It reminds them you are not a script. You are not a role they've cast you in. You are a presence with depth, with variety, with power. You're not here to be understood. You're here to be respected. That's the recalibration. It doesn't come from fighting for attention. It comes from breaking the rhythm they relied on, the rhythm they used to walk all over you, thinking you'd never change the beat. You did, and now they're off balance. They hesitate. They ask questions they never asked before. They listen more closely because your unpredictability reintroduces you. It makes them realize they never really knew you. They only knew your routine, your script, your predictable yes, your habitual silence, your learned softness. But now they're dealing with something else, a new pattern or the absence of one. And in that absence they feel your presence more deeply than they ever did before, because now every move matters, every word you speak feels intentional, every boundary you draw feels final. Because you're no longer stuck in the prison of what they've come to expect from you. You're building your own rhythm now, a rhythm that doesn't beg to be followed, but forces others to listen, and when they listen, they change. Their tone softens, their entitlement fades, their arrogance shrinks, because what they can't predict, they must respect. That's your advantage now. You're not the same today as you were yesterday, not because you're unstable, but because you are evolving, and evolution isn't linear. It's wild, elemental, uncontainable. They can try to label you. They can try to box you in with phrases like, "You've changed," or "That's not like you." They can try to box you in with phrases like, "You've changed," or "That's not like you." But every time they say that, they reveal their attachment to the version of you they could control. Let them grieve that version. Let them sit in their confusion. Let them relearn you or fall away trying. Because you don't owe anyone the comfort of your predictability. You only owe yourself the right to change, to grow sharper, more elusive, more powerful. And power, by its nature, resists pattern. It doesn't show up on command. It doesn't follow rules it didn't write. It appears, it shifts, it decides. And the moment you realize that your predictability was not kindness, but compliance, you break free. You walk out of the prison they built from your habits. You become untethered, and in your unpredictability you become unforgettable. Because now they have to pay attention. Now they have to wonder what you'll do next. Now they have to respect your silence, your distance, your edge, because it could mean anything, and in that not knowing, you hold all the cards. Desperation is loud. You can feel it before a word is spoken. It lingers in the air like humidity, heavy, uncomfortable, undeniable. It shows up in tone, in posture, in the way someone leans too far forward, laughs too quickly, agrees too easily. It's the energy of need, and it always repels power, because desperation signals one thing above all else: lack. When you appear desperate, whether for attention, approval, love, opportunity, or validation, you send a silent but undeniable message to the world. I don't believe I can get this without begging for it. And people respond accordingly. They pull back. They stop seeing you as a peer and start seeing you as a liability. Not because they're cruel, but because desperation creates imbalance. It shifts the dynamic from mutual respect to subtle control. The person who wants less always holds the power, and the moment you show your hunger too clearly, they begin to feed you scraps. You've seen this dynamic play out everywhere. In relationships, the one who's more invested often ends up chasing. In business, the client who senses your financial need pushes deadlines, lowers your worth, delays payments. In friendship, if you always initiate, always apologize, always ask to be included, eventually you stop getting answers. Because desperation doesn't inspire loyalty, it inspires caution, and sometimes quiet contempt. No one wants to owe anything to someone who needs them too much, because need feels like weight, and people, especially powerful people, avoid weight at all costs. You must understand this. Strength is not always measured in dominance. Sometimes it's measured in restraint, in the ability to want something deeply and not show it. That doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you stop collapsing. It means you hold your posture. It means you can desire without clinging, ask without pleading, offer without expectation. This is the subtle energy of detachment, not from outcome, but from identification. When your entire sense of self becomes tied to whether or not something happens, you've already lost leverage. But when you can want and still walk away, you become untouchable. That's when people notice. That's when energy shifts. Because the person who doesn't need becomes the person others want to be near, not because of what they have, but because of what they lack: desperation. You felt this before. Think about the last time someone pursued you too eagerly, complimented too often, reached out too quickly, agreed with everything you said. Did it draw you in, or did it make you question their authenticity? That's what desperation does. It erodes trust. Even if the person is sincere, their need makes it feel transactional, like you're not connecting, you're being captured. And people don't like being captured, they like choosing, so give them space to choose you. In love, in business, in every domain, don't rush to fill silence. Don't scramble to prove your worth. Don't offer yourself on a platter hoping to be picked. Hold your value close. Let them feel the gap between what they get and what they still don't fully have. That gap creates curiosity. That gap creates magnetism. Because in a world full of noise and chasing and overexposure, the one who can stand still and wait, without fidgeting, without broadcasting, without performing, is magnetic. And magnetism is the opposite of desperation. Magnetism is the quiet pull. It's the calm in the storm. It's the stillness that turns heads. And it comes from one place only: self-containment. When you no longer require external permission to feel whole, you radiate differently. You're not trying to convince anymore. You're simply allowing discovery. And people value what they discover far more than what is thrown at them. That's your play. Don't market yourself like a clearance item. Don't lower your worth to gain access. Don't speed up because they're stalling. Slow down, hold, breathe, say less, let the silence do the talking. Because here's what happens when you stop acting desperate. They start wondering why. They start thinking maybe you have more options, more value than they realized, more awareness than they assumed. And maybe, just maybe, they were wrong to overlook you. Now they're on your timeline. Now they're chasing. Now they're recalibrating. That's the hidden genius in restraint. It forces others to fill in the blanks. And the stories they create are often more flattering than anything you could have said. But it only works when you hold your frame, when you trust your own gravity, when you understand this. Anything worth having will never come because you begged for it. It will come because you stopped begging, because you stood tall, because you said without saying I'm enough whether you see it or not. That's when real opportunities come. Not to the loudest, not to the most eager, but to the one who knows how to hold the line, who can want without attachment, who can wait without shrinking, who can walk away without regret. This isn't arrogance, it's alignment. It's the quiet refusal to betray your self-worth for temporary validation. And yes, it will cost you. You will lose chances by not appearing desperate. You will lose people who only respond to need. But what you gain is better. You gain respect. You gain mystery. You gain power. Because when the world sees that you won't beg, won't chase, won't shrink for access, it starts offering you doors that were previously locked. And when you walk through them, you won't be grateful. You'll be ready. Because you didn't beg your way in. You waited. You watched. You became undeniable. And you never, ever appeared desperate. Kindness is one of the most misunderstood forces in the game of power. We're taught it's a virtue, a softness that warms the world, a signal of goodness, and in many ways it is. Kindness heals, kindness opens, kindness transforms. But there's a side to kindness that few dare to speak about, a side that cuts, a side that blinds, a side that kills, slowly, gently, and with a smile. Because kindness, when given indiscriminately, doesn't just lose its power, it becomes a liability, it becomes a cloak for weakness. And worse, it becomes a weapon in the hands of manipulators who use it to disarm you. You've felt this before, even if you didn't have words for it. That moment when someone showers you with affection too soon, when compliments come before trust, when they overgive, overcommit, overextend, until it becomes difficult to say no. That's not generosity, that's pressure. That's how people use kindness as control. They create an emotional debt you never asked for, and then, silently, expect repayment. The smile becomes a hook. The favor becomes a contract. The warmth becomes a trap. This is the dark edge of kindness, when it stops being a gift and becomes a strategy. Because kindness, when not rooted in strength, is often a performance, and performances always have a script. They want something: praise, access, security, submission, gratitude, dependence. So they lead with softness, but underneath, they are waiting. Waiting for you to owe them, waiting for you to respond the way they rehearsed. And if you don't, if you stay sovereign, if you say thank you but hold your boundaries, the mask slips, the tone shifts. The same person who once glowed with sweetness becomes bitter, even passive-aggressive, because their kindness wasn't real. It was a tactic, a carefully disguised manipulation meant to bypass your defenses. That's why you must watch closely. Not every kind person is playing a game, but every game that seeks to control you will be wrapped in kindness, because harshness is obvious, but kindness is deceptive. It feels safe. It doesn't trigger alarm. It creates openings, emotional, mental, even spiritual. And once those openings exist, people can enter, people can plant seeds, people can install guilt. After everything I've done for you, I was just trying to help. I thought you were different. Words that sound like vulnerability, but are actually weapons. You have to train your nervous system to detect this subtle pressure, to feel when someone is giving too much too soon, to pause when kindness feels like a performance rather than a presence. Because if you don't, you'll find yourself compromising. Saying yes when you mean no, smiling when you feel resistance, returning calls you don't want to take, making space for people who have no intention of respecting yours, and slowly your power leaks, not in dramatic ways, but through 1,000 little yeses you never meant to give, until one day you wake up exhausted, overcommitted, under-respected, and unsure of why you feel so trapped. It wasn't a betrayal, it was death by kindness. And sometimes it's your own. Because kindness is also how you betray yourself. You overextend, you accommodate, you rationalize, you say, "They didn't mean it like that. They're just going through something. I don't want to hurt their feelings." And with every excuse you give away another piece of your clarity. You lose track of your edges. You begin to shrink. All in the name of being nice. But being nice is not the same as being kind. Nice is reactive. It's about avoiding conflict, preserving approval, making everyone comfortable, even at your own expense. Kindness, when it's real, is grounded. Kindness says, "I care and I have boundaries. I see you and I won't abandon myself to please you. I'm willing to give, but not at the cost of my own center." That kind of kindness is powerful because it's not rooted in fear. It's not a mask. It's not a performance. It doesn't seek to disarm. It doesn't need to be repaid. It gives freely but never forgets. Your first obligation is to yourself, so you must become ruthless in your discernment. Not cold, not cynical, but clear. You must learn to ask, is this kindness, or is this a collar disguised as care? Am I receiving love, or am I being groomed to become manageable? Is this generosity, or is this dependency being engineered? Because the most dangerous people aren't always the loudest. They're often the kindest, the ones who know how to make you feel guilty for protecting your peace. The ones who use compassion like camouflage, the ones who give so much so fast that you feel indebted without agreement. And the moment you push back, they withdraw the warmth. They go quiet. They make you feel like you've done something wrong. That's the weapon, that's the kill shot. And if you're not anchored in your own truth, you'll cave. You'll apologize when you didn't cross a line. You'll chase when you should have paused. You'll accept their terms just to feel safe again. And once you do, they own you. This is why kindness must be practiced with consciousness. It must be rooted in sovereignty, not submission. It must be offered like a gift, not deployed like bait. You are not here to be good. You are here to be whole. And sometimes being whole means disappointing people who wanted to control you through softness. Sometimes it means saying no to someone who's never raised their voice, but always invaded your space. Sometimes it means letting go of someone who was never cruel, but never truly respected your freedom either, because they didn't have to hurt you to hurt you. They just had to convince you that saying yes was love, that giving everything was noble, that being available was virtuous. But it's not. It's a slow erasure, it's a subtle erosion of your authority. So remember this, kindness when real, gives without needing, but kindness when false, takes without asking. And if you can't tell the difference, your power will always be in someone else's hands. So, be kind. But be sharp. Be generous, but be guarded. Let your heart open, but let your spine stay straight, because kindness can heal. But kindness, when unchecked, when misused, when weaponized, can also kill, and the world will smile as it does. No is a wall. A quiet one, a firm one, and when spoken with intention, it's more powerful than 100 yeses whispered out of fear. People underestimate the value of no. They see it as rejection, confrontation, something to be avoided. But no, when used strategically, isn't about rejection at all. It's about redirection. It's about defining your shape, marking your edge. It is the verbal manifestation of your sovereignty. Most people say yes to avoid discomfort, yes to keep the peace, yes to maintain appearances. But behind those yeses lies resentment, a dull erosion of energy, a slow death of self-respect. The truth is, the most dangerous word in your vocabulary, the one with the most transformative power, isn't love, isn't power, isn't even yes. It's no. Because no draws a line, no creates space, no protects your time, your focus, your energy, your mental landscape. And when you can wield no without guilt, without apology, without flinching, you become untouchable. Not because you're hard, but because you're clear. You see, most people fear the consequences of no. They fear loss. They fear disappointing others. They fear the shift in perception, the possibility of being seen as selfish, rude, difficult. But here's the paradox. The more you say yes when you don't mean it, the more they will expect it, the more they assume. And before you know it, your time belongs to them, your energy belongs to them. Even your identity begins to warp around their needs, and still they'll want more, because people don't respect what you allow endlessly, they respect what you protect ruthlessly. That's where the strategic no comes in. It's not emotional, it's not personal, it's a calculated moment, where you prioritize long-term strength over short-term comfort. You don't owe anyone an explanation for your no, but if you offer one, make it brief, make it final, and above all, make it unshakable, because every time you say yes just to avoid tension, you're paying for their comfort with your own clarity. The strategic no isn't loud. It doesn't need to be shouted or explained at length. It's graceful, it's quiet, it lands like a soft blade, and once you master it, you begin to move differently through the world. You stop chasing harmony that costs your peace. You stop negotiating with people who mistake access for entitlement. You stop leaking energy to situations that don't serve your vision, and people feel it. They might not say it out loud, but they feel when your energy is no longer available by default. They feel the withdrawal of your automatic agreement. They notice that you don't rush to please, to smooth things over, to sacrifice yourself to avoid being seen as difficult. And at first they may push back. They may test you. They may accuse you of being distant, selfish, arrogant, not because you've done something wrong, but because they've lost control. They've lost the ability to predict you, to use guilt to pull your strings. But let them, because this is the price of power, the price of owning yourself fully. It's not a loss, it's a filter. You don't want people around you who can only handle you in your agreeable form. You don't want allies who only support you when you're saying yes. You want people who respect your edge, who honor your limits, who see your no not as a rejection, but as a declaration. This is who I am. This is what I choose. When you start saying no strategically, you'll find something strange happens. The right people begin to admire you more. Your value increases. Your words carry more weight. Because you've shown that you're not for sale, that your approval is not automatic, that your time, energy, presence are earned. You teach people how to treat you by what you tolerate, and nothing teaches faster than a well-placed no. Sometimes the most powerful move in the game is simply not playing. You don't have to argue. You don't have to defend. You don't even have to convince. Just step back. Say no. And watch the game shift. The job offer that looked exciting but drains your soul? No. The relationship that wants your light but can't hold your shadow? No. The opportunity that flatters your ego but distracts from your purpose? No. The social event you're expected to attend but don't feel aligned with? No. And no doesn't mean never. It means not now, not this way, not at that cost. And if they can't respect your no, then they never valued your yes to begin with. But here's the deeper truth. The strategic no isn't just for others. It's for you. You say no to distraction so you can say yes to focus. You say no to pleasing so you can say yes to power. You say no to urgency so you can say yes to intention. Because every time you say no to something that doesn't serve your future, you say yes to the version of you that's still rising. That's the quiet discipline of power, not in shouting, not in force, but in the refusal to betray yourself. So practice it, not with anger, with grace, with calm, with a soft voice and a steady eye. Let your no be the boundary that no one saw coming. Let it reset the dynamic. Let it clear the fog. And when they push, you don't have to defend. You just repeat it more quietly. No. Because you don't win this game by giving more than you can afford. You win it by knowing exactly what your yes is worth, and being willing always to protect it. Most people run from chaos. They see it as threat, as danger, as something to suppress or escape. Their instinct is to restore order, to find control, to fix what feels broken as quickly as possible. But you, if you're wise, don't run from chaos. You use it. Because chaos, in its raw form, is pure opportunity. It shakes the ground. It disrupts the hierarchy. It scrambles the plans of those who rely on predictability. And in that scramble, something magical happens. People reveal themselves. When chaos enters a room, masks fall off. People stop performing and start reacting. They panic, they posture, they reach for control, but reveal their weakness in the process. That's where your advantage lives, not in creating chaos unnecessarily, but in knowing how to stand still when others spin. You watch, you wait. You let them show their cards while you keep yours close. Most people lose their edge in chaos because they're emotionally attached to stability. They want things to make sense. They want people to behave. They want structure to return. But structure, for the strategic mind, is not always your friend. Structure favors those who built it. And if you weren't the architect, you were probably the one contained by its walls. So, when chaos breaks those walls down, when systems falter, when emotions flare, when alliances shift, that is not the end. That is your opening. Because power lives in the ability to adapt faster than the people around you, not to become frantic but fluid. You let chaos flush out what's weak. You let it break what was never stable. You let it test what was always fragile. And while everyone else is trying to put the old system back together, you're already imagining what comes next. This is where you gain ground. Silently, subtly, while others are defending yesterday, you are building tomorrow. But this only works if you train yourself to be calm inside disorder. If you can let go of the need to control every detail and instead control your focus. You don't need the storm to stop, you just need to know where to step inside of it. That's how you move powerfully through chaos, not by fighting it, but by learning its rhythm. Chaos follows no rules, but it always has a tempo. It moves in waves, and if you can feel the wave instead of drowning in it, you can ride it longer than anyone else. You don't resist it, you become part of it. The paradox is this: the more comfortable you are with uncertainty, the more power you gain in uncertain times, because people gravitate toward the calmest presence in the room, not the loudest, not the smartest, the calmest, the one who looks around and sees clearly while others are blinded by panic. That's who they listen to. That's who they follow. That's who quietly begins to command without raising their voice. But this requires something deeper. You must first get comfortable with your own internal chaos. You must stop fearing discomfort. Stop needing every outcome to be clear. Stop chasing control like it's oxygen. You don't always need to know. You just need to remain composed when others don't. And from that place, inner steadiness in outer storm, you begin to play the long game. You start seeing where the pieces will land, not where they are right now. You realize that most people in chaos will give away their power for a moment of certainty. They'll agree to things they wouldn't in calmer moments. They'll align with whoever offers the illusion of safety. They'll trade their influence for comfort, and that's when you step in. Not to manipulate, but to shape, to redirect, to become the frame they look to for meaning. Because in chaos, people don't need perfect plans. They need clarity. And you provide it not because you have all the answers, but because you have poise. You see, there's a reason storms reveal leaders. Not the ones with titles, the ones who can hold the line when everything else collapses. And if you can do that, if you can become still while the world shakes, then chaos isn't your enemy, it's your ally. It softens the rigid, it reveals the false, it burns away the inessential, and in what remains you find your leverage. Let others try to dominate the chaos, you don't need to dominate it. You just need to understand it. Let them scream into the wind, you listen to the air. Let them rush to action, you let the wave come to you. Because you know order will return eventually, but when it does, it will look different. And those who positioned themselves inside the storm, those who adapted, moved wisely, stayed grounded, they will shape what that new order becomes. You don't win power by clinging to stability. You win it by walking through instability with grace. And that grace only comes when you let go of needing things to be neat. You don't flinch when chaos comes, you lean in. You watch what it strips away from others, and what it reveals in you. Because sometimes chaos doesn't destroy your path. Sometimes it clears it. And in the rubble of what used to be, you see the space to build what no one else had the courage to imagine. It never starts with a threat. It starts with a compliment, a gentle tone, a knowing smile, the kind that makes you feel seen, validated, even safe. But behind that softness, something begins, subtle, almost invisible, a recalibration of your boundaries, a quiet rewrite of who holds the power. This is the elegance of emotional sabotage, not through force, not through conflict, but through softness, through affection, through understanding that's too quick, too easy, through the kind of warmth that doesn't warm you, it melts you. At first, you don't notice it. You're just grateful. Grateful to be understood, to be supported. They say all the right things. They ask questions that no one else does. They make space for your thoughts, your stories, your dreams, and it feels good. So good that you don't notice the shift happening beneath the surface. You start telling them more than you normally would. You open up too fast. You reveal the parts of yourself that you usually protect. Not because you were forced, but because they made you feel like you didn't need protection anymore. But that's the play. Softness disarms. And when you're disarmed, you're vulnerable. Vulnerability isn't weakness, but exploited vulnerability. That's how control is gained without resistance. Because when someone makes you feel safe, you stop watching the map. You hand them the key to your emotional fortress without checking if they should hold it. This is where sabotage begins, not in grand betrayals, but in quiet dependencies. You start depending on their kindness, on their validation, on their rhythm. You start needing them to reflect who you are back to you, and when they do, it feels so affirming, so intimate, that you begin to question your own judgment without them. But slowly, the softness changes. The compliments become comparisons. The support becomes conditional. The space they gave you shrinks, but you tell yourself it's fine. You remember how kind they were. You tell yourself you're just imagining the shift, that people have bad days. You forgive. You accommodate. You recenter yourself around their emotions, because now you're invested, now you're tangled. And this is when they begin to rewrite your sense of reality, gently. They question your memory of events, but only slightly. They mention how emotional you can be, how stubborn, how sensitive. They say it kindly. They say it with a smile. So it doesn't feel like sabotage, it feels like truth. A truth you wouldn't have seen without them. And in that moment they become your mirror, not because they reflect who you are, but because they've convinced you that their view is clearer than your own. That's when softness becomes strategy. That's when affection becomes a leash. That's when "I care about you" starts to sound like "I own you." But it's never obvious. They still say sweet things, they still show up, they still offer gestures of care. And that's what keeps you questioning yourself. Because how could someone be dangerous if they're so nice? If they've done so much for you? If they tell you they're only trying to help? This is the genius of soft sabotage. It weaponizes your empathy. It makes you doubt your instincts. It makes you apologize for your clarity. It convinces you to shrink because it feels like love. But love doesn't require you to collapse. It doesn't confuse you. It doesn't make you walk on eggshells while smiling. It doesn't make you give up your voice just to avoid disturbing their comfort. So when you feel it, that soft pressure, that emotional fog, that ache in your gut when they speak sweetly but your chest tightens, you have to listen. Because real power doesn't announce itself, and real sabotage doesn't either. It hugs you while it rewrites you. You don't need to fight back loudly, you don't need to expose them, you just need to return to your center. You need to reclaim your ability to name things clearly, even if they're wrapped in silk. You need to trust that sometimes the most dangerous dynamics are the ones that don't look like danger at all. They look like care, they sound like love, but they erode your strength, one soft sentence at a time, so you hold your gaze. You ask hard questions gently. You draw your boundaries without apology. And when they try to soften the blow by reminding you of how much they've done for you, how good they've been to you, you remember. True kindness doesn't keep a ledger. True softness doesn't demand submission. And true connection doesn't require distortion. You don't need to be cruel. You don't need to match their tactics. You just need to step back into your clarity and hold it. Let them feel what happens when their softness no longer works. Let them see what it's like when you stop mistaking sugar for safety. Because once you see it, truly see it, there's no going back. You'll never unfeel the manipulation under the gentleness. You'll never unhear the control under the compliments. You'll never unsee the sabotage disguised as love, and from that place of knowing you rise, wiser, sharper, stronger, no longer soothed by the softness that once seduced you, because now your power is no longer available to anyone who tries to steal it with a smile. Power doesn't always move fast. In fact, the more power you hold, the slower you move. Not because you're lazy, not because you're uncertain, because speed belongs to those who are chasing. Delay belongs to the one who already knows they're ahead. Every time you pause, before responding, before deciding, before reacting, you're exercising a subtle but potent form of control. You're telling the room, I don't move on your time, you move on mine. Most people are trained to respond instantly. They equate quickness with competence, responsiveness with respect. They rush to reply, to say yes, to confirm, to soothe, to fix. Because silence makes them uncomfortable. Gaps in communication feel like danger. Waiting feels like rejection. But that's exactly where your power lives. In the wait, in the space between stimulus and response, in the quiet tension you allow to hang just long enough for others to wonder what's happening inside your mind. That wondering, that uncertainty, that's leverage, because people reveal themselves in the space you give them. When you don't rush to answer, they keep talking. When you don't agree right away, they begin to justify. When you don't react, they fill in the silence with everything they were trying to hide. So delay doesn't mean indecision, it means discipline. It means you value your presence too much to let anyone else dictate your rhythm. You understand that urgency is often manufactured, used to pressure you, to disrupt your frame, to provoke a reaction before you've had a chance to feel what's true. But when you delay, you signal that you're grounded, that you're not thrown off by neediness, by deadlines, by manipulation disguised as importance. You let the urgency pass. You let the emotions settle. And only then do you act. That act, calculated, intentional, unhurried, lands 10 times harder than any reactive gesture ever could. Because it's not reactive, it's sovereign. That's what separates leaders from followers. Followers move fast to please, leaders move slow to assess. They don't fill every silence, they let the silence work for them, and when they finally speak, people listen. Because there's weight in a voice that doesn't rush. This doesn't just apply to conversations, it applies to conflict, negotiation, seduction, presence. The person who waits controls the temperature of the room. When someone attacks and you don't flinch, you win. When someone asks for something and you don't answer immediately, you create scarcity. When someone expects access and you don't grant it on demand, you teach them that you're not available on their terms. That's when the balance of power shifts. Because now they're waiting, they're wondering, they're recalibrating, not because you said anything, but because you didn't. Because you made them sit with uncertainty, and uncertainty creates emotional gravity. It makes people lean in. It makes them question their own timing. It makes them feel your presence, even in your absence. That's how delay becomes dominance, but you have to be comfortable with the discomfort it creates. Most people aren't. They fear being misunderstood, seen as cold, distant, uninterested, so they rush to explain themselves. They rush to apologize. They rush to clarify something that didn't need clarification. And in that rushing, they give away the frame. They show that they care more about perception than power. But when you can delay without guilt, you become untouchable. Because nothing is more powerful than someone who doesn't need to prove anything. Your silence isn't absence. It's a strategy. Your pause isn't hesitation, it's analysis. Your delayed response isn't rudeness, it's presence. Selective, intentional, grounded. This is especially effective in emotional dynamics. In relationships, the one who can hold their emotions without spilling them leads. Not because they're withholding love, but because they're not giving it out of anxiety. Not because they're playing games, but because they're not performing for approval. That's the difference. Delay is not a manipulation tactic. It's a filtration system. It filters out the impatient. It reveals who respects your time and who demands it. It shows who sees you as a sovereign being and who sees you as an emotional vending machine. And you need that clarity, because when you act too quickly, you get entangled in energy that was never yours to carry. But when you delay, you see it all. You see the real motives. You hear what's beneath the words. You feel whether something is genuine or reactive. And then you act with precision. That precision is what sets you apart. Because now you're not just reacting to life. You're composing it. Every word, every move, every silence is deliberate. That's what people feel, even if they can't name it. They feel the depth in your stillness, the intention in your timing, the steadiness in your no, and they respect it, even if it frustrates them. They sense that you're not moved by pressure, and that terrifies them, or magnetizes them. Either way, you're in control. So let them wait. Let the silence stretch. Let the urgency pass like a storm you're not standing in. You don't owe anyone your immediacy. You don't need to dance to their tempo. You decide when to respond, and in that decision you hold all the power. Disappearance is a strange kind of power. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't scream for attention. It simply slips out of the room and lets the silence speak in its place. There is something unsettling about someone who just vanishes. Not in anger, not in a storm of words, not with a declaration or a slammed door, just gone. That kind of absence rewires perception. It leaves people unsettled, reaching back into memory to find you, to retrace your last words, to replay the energy you brought into a space. But all they find is the shape you left behind. This is where obsession begins. Not in your presence, but in your absence. Because human nature is wired for completion. When we experience something intense, emotional, impactful, we want to finish the experience. We want to close the loop. We want to understand. We crave resolution. But when you vanish without closure, you interrupt that cycle. And the mind, it can't stand interruption. It begins to spiral. It begins to obsess. It begins to build a version of you larger than the one that actually existed. Because what is no longer available becomes sacred. What is no longer accessible becomes valuable. What cannot be understood becomes fascinating. The danger of being too available is that people start to define you by proximity. But when you're gone, you're no longer a person, you're a symbol. And symbols are powerful. They don't operate on logic, they operate on imagination, projection, memory, fantasy. That's what vanishing does. It forces others to fill in the blanks with their own meaning. And people, when left to imagine who you were, what you were thinking, why you left, will always construct a version of you that holds more emotional gravity than the real thing. You become a myth, and myths linger longer than facts. But for this to work, your disappearance must be felt, which means your presence must first have impact. You cannot vanish if you were never really seen. This is why presence is the setup, and vanishing is the punchline. You give them something real, something deep, something electric. Not desperation, not clinging, not chaos, but calm impact. You show up clear, you listen deeply, you speak in a way that leaves echoes. You create gravity. And then without warning, without noise, without excuse, you remove it. Not to punish, but to rewire the dynamic. You don't text back. You don't explain. You don't reach out to check if they noticed. Of course they noticed. They always noticed. Because your absence doesn't just leave space, it reveals dependency. It reveals just how much of their identity was built around access to you, how accustomed they were to your presence, your softness, your attention, how addicted they were to the version of themselves that only came alive around you. But now they're alone with the silence, and silence makes people talk to ghosts. They start to remember things they didn't value at the time, the tone of your voice, the way you made eye contact, the way you made them feel, not just seen, but safe. And that memory begins to loop, and loop, and loop, until the idea of you becomes more captivating than the reality ever could have been. This is the paradox of disappearing. When done right, it doesn't erase you, it amplifies you. Because the human mind cannot let go of what it doesn't understand, and when you remove access, you become the question they can't stop trying to answer. But this isn't about manipulation. This is about control of narrative. Because while you're gone, they tell your story over and over in their heads. And if your last chapter was written well, if you left in poise, in presence, in clarity, then that story only grows in intensity. And the longer you remain quiet, the more valuable you become in their mind. Because in a world that moves too fast, a vanishing presence creates stillness, and stillness draws focus. While everyone else is shouting for attention, you are the quiet that cannot be ignored. You must resist the temptation to return too soon, to check in, to break your own spell, because the power of disappearance lies in patience. Obsession doesn't build overnight. It builds in the stretch between what they expected from you and what they now realize they can no longer reach. You must let that gap widen. Let the weight of your absence settle. Let them come to their own conclusions. Because if they reach for you out of need, you've won. But if they never do, you haven't lost. You've simply revealed who was only there when you were easy to access. Vanishing filters the loyal from the convenient, It separates the curious from the committed. It exposes who was watching you and who was only using your energy to distract from themselves. This is why vanishing isn't an ending, it's a tactic. You don't disappear because you're broken. You disappear because you've seen enough. His presence has been devalued. Because your energy has been consumed, not cherished. Because you are no longer interested in explaining your worth. So you leave, not with anger, with clarity. And that clarity makes people stare at doors you've already walked through, wondering if you'll ever come back. And maybe you will, but not on the same terms, because vanishing creates leverage, and leverage means when you return, if you return, it's on your timing, your rhythm, your conditions. You're not returning as the version they once knew. You're returning evolved, sharper, harder to reach, and now they approach you differently. Remember what it felt like to lose you. And no one forgets that feeling. Absence, when used strategically, is the loudest presence in the room. It doesn't beg to be heard. It just echoes endlessly through the parts of others they thought were solid. So vanish when it's time, without guilt, without drama, without explanation. Let them feel the void. Let them trace your energy and realize how much of themselves they only understood when you were near. Because nothing creates obsession like the presence that once held them, and now holds silence instead. That silence, that's power, that's control. That's the art of vanishing. There is a certain kind of presence that doesn't just enter a room, it lingers long after it's gone. It's the kind of presence that doesn't demand attention with volume or performance, but commands it through stillness, through clarity, through energy. You've seen it. You've felt it. Someone walks in and says very little, but suddenly everyone becomes more alert. The air shifts. The emotional climate changes. But here's the secret they never taught you. It's not always the presence itself that leaves the deepest mark. It's the absence. The right kind of absence doesn't push people away. It pulls them in. It doesn't say, "Remember me," with words. It forces remembrance through feeling, through silence, through lack. Because in a world of noise, chaos, constant updates, and attention-seeking, what people crave isn't more noise, it's meaning. And when you walk away, strategically, deliberately, with grace and control, you become the absence they crave. You become the missing piece they didn't know they needed until it was gone. But this only works when your presence had substance. Before you ever disappear, you must make sure your presence was real, not loud, not flashy, real, grounded, centered, memorable in a way that lives under the skin. You must become the one who listens when no one else does, the one who remembers details, the one who speaks when it matters and stays quiet when it doesn't. The one who holds their emotional posture, no matter who tries to shake it. You create emotional gravity. You leave fingerprints on the soul, not through touch, but through how you make people feel seen. And then you step back, not with punishment, not with bitterness, but with silence. That's when the absence begins to take shape. You see, most people confuse closeness with availability. They believe the more someone is around, the more they matter. But the opposite is often true. It's not frequency that builds value. It's quality. And when something of high value is no longer available on demand, desire increases, curiosity increases, need increases. Your absence forces them to ask questions. Where did they go? Why did it feel better when they were around? Was I taking them for granted? Do I miss them? Or do I miss how I felt in their presence? That's where the craving begins, not for a person, but for an experience. And if you've done it right, you are now tied to that experience in their nervous system, in their memory, in the energy body they don't have language for. It's not about seduction. It's not about games. It's about energetic equity. You invested your attention, your clarity, your presence, and now that it's gone, the emotional market reacts. People notice when something that once made them feel calm, seen, or strong is no longer there. Even if they can't explain it, they feel it. They begin to crave it, not out of logic, but out of lack. And that craving, it bends the dynamic. Suddenly they lean in. They wonder if they were too casual, too careless, too distracted. Suddenly they value what they never paused to appreciate. Because that's the thing about presence. It's often only understood in its absence. You must not break the silence too early. You must let the space do its work. Let them feel the quiet. Let them meet their own emotional hunger in the void. Let them reach inward to find you and come up empty. That emptiness, that echo, that's what deepens the bond, because now they're not just thinking about you, they're feeling you, through the void you left behind. This is where longing begins. And longing is the most underestimated form of power, not because you've manipulated anyone, but because you've created distance with depth. This is not about ghosting, it's not about disappearing to hurt someone or to get revenge. It's about withdrawing your energy in alignment. It's about teaching people that your attention has weight, and that weight matters. That you don't give your essence to just anyone. That your energy is not a public utility, it's a sacred offering. And when it's removed, the space doesn't just feel quiet, it feels hollow. This doesn't only apply to relationships, it applies in business, in influence, in leadership. The best leaders don't micromanage. They empower, they uplift, and then they step back. Their absence teaches others how much of the structure was built on their presence. Their withdrawal doesn't weaken things. It reveals where their strength held everything together. That's what you must become. The invisible spine. The gravity no one saw, until it was no longer holding the orbit. You'll be tempted to re-enter, to check if they noticed, to remind them of what they had. Don't. Let absence do what words never can. Let the silence say everything. Because once someone has craved you in your absence, they can never encounter you the same way again. Now they approach you with awareness. Now they listen more closely. Now they hold you more carefully, because they remember what it felt like to lose access, and they don't want to feel that again. This is not about making people dependent on you. It's about making them value connection with you. Because you cannot be truly powerful if you are always there, always explaining, always giving, always available. Power is not presence. Power is selective presence. You become the absence they crave when you stop trying to be seen and instead focus on being felt. When your presence is an imprint, not a performance. When your silence has more integrity than most people's noise. And when your exit, however gentle, becomes a mirror. A mirror that shows them how much of their energy was orbiting yours. And when you return, if you return, you don't come back as the same person. You return with quiet, with edge, with gravity. You've proven that your absence has weight. Now your presence is a gift. And everyone knows. What happens if they lose it again? That's how you shift power without ever raising your voice. That's how you change relationships without ever needing to explain yourself. That's how you become unforgettable. Not by clinging, not by chasing, not by being always there, but by becoming the absence they didn't know they'd crave, until it was too late. Power doesn't always look like power. That's what makes it dangerous. That's what makes it effective. True power rarely announces itself with force. It whispers, it slouches, it stumbles on purpose, it lowers its eyes, it lets you believe you're smarter, faster, stronger, safer. It lets you lower your guard. Because the person who appears weak, the one who seems uncertain, who plays small, who lets you take the spotlight, they provoke alarm, they provoke comfort, and comfort is where defense dies. When someone feels superior, they get sloppy, they overexpose, they talk too much, they make assumptions, they underestimate. That's when the real game begins. Because when you appear weak, you have the element of control through illusion. You're shaping their expectations, you're directing their confidence like a leash. And when they lean in, too close, too self-assured, that's when you strike. Not with noise, not with ego, with precision. That's the art. Low posture, lethal accuracy. Let them think you're soft. Let them mistake stillness for indecision. Let them confuse your silence with uncertainty. Because what they can't see, they can't predict. And what they can't predict, they can't stop. You don't have to rush. You don't have to defend. You don't have to correct their perception. Let them misread you. It gives you more space to move. You become the shadow in the room, not the threat they see, but the one they don't, the one they never planned for. This strategy is not about deception for its own sake. It's about patience. It's about the long game. It's about resisting the urge to prove something so that you can win everything. Because in every dynamic, people are reading signals. They're looking for strength, weakness, confidence, insecurity. And if you feed them the signal they expect, they lock into a pattern. They think they've figured you out. But when your weakness is intentional, when it's crafted, it becomes your weapon. They don't brace for you, they don't analyze you, they don't prepare for a counterattack. They open the door wide, and in that opening, you decide. When to move, where to strike, how to dismantle their illusion of control. Because that's all it ever is, an illusion. The person who shows all their strength up front has already played their hand. They've already told you what they fear, losing control, being outshone, being wrong. They need to dominate because they don't trust their influence. But when you appear weak, you say, I'm not here to prove myself, I'm here to observe. And observation is power. It's quiet, it's strategic, it's dangerous, because while they perform, you're reading them. While they flex, you're mapping their moves. While they talk, you're storing information they didn't mean to give you. You let them win the beginning. Because the beginning is just noise. What matters is the pivot. The moment when the script flips. The moment when their overconfidence meets your design. And when you strike, clean, calm, undeniable, they have nowhere to go. Because they never saw it coming. That's why this strategy terrifies people. It exposes the parts of them that need recognition. It exploits the weakness of needing to be right. It uses their hunger for dominance against them. And the more someone seeks validation through control, the more likely they are to fall for your feigned vulnerability. They think they're teaching you something. They think they're managing you. But really, they're being lured. This doesn't mean you pretend to be something you're not. It means you don't show everything you are. You withhold. You dim the light. You speak slowly. You ask more than you answer. You invite assumptions. And those assumptions become the leash they tie around their own neck. Because now they're acting based on who they think you are, not who you actually are. And when you move differently, when you assert, when you disrupt, when you strike, they stumble. They doubt their instincts, they second-guess themselves. Because the map they were using to navigate you no longer works. And nothing creates psychological dominance like disrupting someone's confidence in their own read of the room. Once that shatters, they hesitate, and hesitation is death in power dynamics. So understand, appearing weak is not about lowering your value. It's about hiding your hand. It's about giving people enough rope to feel safe, so when you pull it, it tightens. Think about the great strategists, the ones who didn't lead with ego. They led with silence, they led with misdirection, they led with softness that concealed the sharpness. They let others walk into traps they didn't even realize were set. That's the real art. Let them see the part of you that makes them feel safe. The part that makes them drop their shoulders, relax their voice, reveal more than they meant to. And then, when the moment is right, cut the cord. Not because you're cruel, but because power is about timing, not tension. You don't strike when they expect it. You strike when they're asleep at the wheel. And that strike isn't always violent. It could be a truth that pierces, a decision they didn't expect, a boundary they didn't think you'd hold, a withdrawal of attention that guts them. Power moves come in many forms, but they all share one thing: they shift the dynamic without needing explanation. So if you want control, stop showing all your strength. Stop needing to be perceived a certain way. Stop performing certainty instead. Let them underestimate. Let them think they've got you figured out. Let them walk in feeling like giants. Because giants fall harder when the ground moves quietly beneath them. You don't have to push. You just have to let the weight of their assumption carry them forward until you're ready to remove the flaw. And when you do it clean, do it sharp, do it once. They'll never read you the same again. Because once you've struck from weakness, no one ever trusts your silence the same way. And that's when you've won. Everyone wants to be the main character. They crave the spotlight, the attention, the applause. They want their story told, their name known, their version of events to be the one that sticks. But if you truly understand power, you realize something different. The most powerful person in the room is never the loudest. It's the one who controls the narrative, without becoming the subject of it. The one who shapes perception, without standing in the center. That's the paradox of real influence. You don't lead by demanding the story be about you. You lead by writing the story others tell, about themselves, without ever appearing to hold the pen. People are addicted to storytelling. It's how they understand reality. They don't just want facts. They want meaning. They want to know who was right, who was wrong, who rose, who fell. But more importantly, they want to know where they fit into that narrative. And if you're smart, if you're truly strategic, you never insert yourself as the center. You guide the direction of the story by controlling the frame. Frames are everything. It's not what happened. It's how the story feels when it's told. It's who looks like the victim, who looks like the hero, who seems wise, who seems reckless. Most people don't realize it, but they're playing out scripts written by someone else. They're responding to cues, reacting to moments based on invisible framing. And the one who set that frame, they're not always visible. They're the one who said the right thing at the right moment. The one who asked the loaded question. The one who made the subtle suggestion that shifted how others interpreted what they saw. It's not manipulation, it's mastery. Because if you make yourself the center of the story, you become vulnerable. You become a target. You become someone others can point to, criticize, tear down. But when you stay out of the story, when you remain the quiet architect, you can shape perception from behind the curtain. You give others the illusion of control. Let them believe they're the ones deciding what's happening. Let them feel like they've come to their own conclusions, all while you've been laying the groundwork for those conclusions from the beginning. You become the lens through which they see, without ever being the focus of what they're looking at. To do this, you must resist the urge to explain yourself, to defend, to correct the record. You must trust that silence often speaks louder than defense, because once you start defending, you're no longer guiding the story, you're reacting to it. Reaction is weakness. Control lives in the proactive, in subtle direction, in questions that plant doubt, in phrases that echo in other people's minds when they retell the events. You're not trying to win the argument, you're trying to frame the memory. And memory is malleable. It doesn't matter what actually happened, it matters what people believe happened. And people believe what feels emotionally true, not factually accurate. So if you control the emotion tied to the moment, you control the way it's remembered. Stay calm when others are loud. Stay vague when others demand clarity. Stay composed when they seek reaction. Let them build the story with the pieces you've already chosen for them. Is the moment they start telling the story your way, even if they're the ones speaking, you've already won. This works in personal relationships, in business, in leadership, in influence. The one who speaks last is not always the most powerful. The one who speaks least, yet says the most between the lines. That's who sets the tone. So the key is this. Position yourself so that the story serves your outcome, even if you're not in it. Let others take credit. Let others perform. Let them rush to be seen, to be known, to be heard. And while they burn their energy trying to dominate the story, you sit back and guide the story's shape. You control who they trust, who they doubt, what they remember, what they question. You become the editor, not the actor. That's where the real leverage lives. Think of the powerful figures in history who stayed just outside the spotlight. They weren't the ones shouting from the stage, they were the ones whispering in the wings, shaping kings, directing movements, making decisions that were felt, not seen. This is the role you step into when you stay out of the story but control its arc. It requires restraint, discipline, the willingness to let go of the need to be praised in order to be effective. Because power isn't always glorious, often it's silent. You don't have to wear the crown, you just have to decide who does. That's the difference between influence and exposure. Exposure fades, influence compounds. Exposure is loud, attention-seeking, exhausting. Influence is quiet, invisible, permanent. So when people try to draw you into the spotlight, pause. Ask yourself, do I need to be seen here? Or do I need to guide what they see? Because those are two very different things. If you speak to shape emotion, not to prove a point. If you act in a way that others can retell favorably, even if they don't realize why. And if you leave in a way that leaves the narrative open. Let them fill in the blanks. Let them wonder. Let them talk. Because while they talk, you move. Quietly, intentionally, always with precision. You don't have to dominate the story. You only have to direct the ending. That's how power works behind the scenes. That's how legacies are shaped. Not through noise, but through narrative. And when you've mastered this, you'll watch entire rooms shift from words you never said. You'll watch alliances form around your silence. You'll watch enemies argue about your intentions while you remain untouched. You become the ghost behind the curtain, the gravity in the room, the presence that isn't named but is always felt. Because when you control the narrative, you don't need to be in the story to own it. The loudest voice in the room is rarely the one in control. People mistake volume for power. They think if they speak with enough force, bark enough orders, or take up enough space, they'll dominate the moment. But true power doesn't need to raise its voice. It doesn't command, it whispers. And when it whispers, people lean in. Now, there's a reason you remember the person who speaks with quiet certainty more than the one who shouts to be heard. The whisper, done with intention, carries more weight than a scream, because a whisper suggests restraint. It suggests discipline. It suggests that the speaker doesn't need to perform to hold attention. That's the essence of social alchemy. Not to overpower others with your will, but to create subtle shifts in behavior, perception, and emotion through minimal force. The whisper is not just quieter. It's more dangerous, because it bypasses resistance. It slips beneath defenses. It enters the space where the conscious mind relaxes and the subconscious listens. People naturally brace against force. When someone commands, when they demand, when they push, others instinctively push back. Even if they comply outwardly, something inside them tightens. A layer of resentment builds. A desire for autonomy gets triggered. You might get the result, but you won't get loyalty. You'll get obedience, and obedience has an expiration date. But when you whisper, metaphorically or literally, you disarm that resistance. You don't fight the ego, you flow around it. You make the ego feel safe, seen, even validated. And then you guide it where you want it to go. This is the power of suggestion, of soft influence, of calibrated communication. You don't say, do this. You say, you know what might work? You don't say, you're wrong. You say, What if we looked at it from a slightly different angle? You don't force correction, you create curiosity. You don't confront identity, you redirect it. And that redirection, when done gently, is remembered. It's welcome. It's internalized. People believe what they feel they've discovered on their own. So whisper your truths in a way that lets them believe they arrived there independently. The goal is not control through domination. It's leadership through emotional intelligence. And emotional intelligence begins with one thing: listening. You cannot whisper effectively until you've listened deeply. You have to understand what the other person values, what they fear, what stories they're telling themselves. Then you speak, not to interrupt their story, but to merge with it just enough that your perspective feels like a natural evolution of their own. That's when they stop seeing you as a threat. They start seeing you as a mirror, or better yet, a compass. And a compass doesn't yell at you. It points. Think about your own life. Who do you respect more? The one who lectured you? Or the one who asked you the one question that made everything click? That's the whisper. It's strategic silence followed by surgical insight. It's timing. It's restraint. It's knowing that most of the time, people don't need more information, they need more clarity. And clarity comes when noise is removed, not added. Commanding is about volume. Whispering is about presence. Commanding says, I need you to hear me. Whispering says, I trust that you will. That trust creates space. That space invites connection. And connection, real, felt, grounded connection, is the gateway to influence. People want to be guided, but they want to feel respected while being guided. And when you whisper, when you suggest, when you ask instead of tell, you speak to the sovereign part of them. You give them room to choose, to arrive, to buy in. And when someone chooses to align with you on their own, their loyalty is unshakable. Because they didn't just follow you, they followed themselves. Through you. This is how social alchemy works. Not through brute force, through energetic calibration. You shift the temperature of the room not by turning up the heat, but by adjusting your presence. You slow your breathing, you lower your voice, you make fewer movements. And suddenly, everyone else is leaning in, matching your energy, lowering their defenses, meeting you in your stillness. This is how power works in its purest form. It doesn't chase. It doesn't demand. It doesn't interrupt. It attracts. But to become the whisper, you must first become quiet within. You can't whisper from a frantic mind. You can't whisper with shaky energy. You can't whisper if your intention is to be right. You whisper when your ego no longer needs to win. When you've transcended the impulse to dominate. When you realize that true influence isn't about proving yourself. It's about holding space for others to meet themselves through your presence. And in that space you guide, not by pushing, but by inviting, by asking better questions, by offering subtle truths, by letting silence stretch long enough that the other person begins to speak from a deeper place. The whisper isn't just about speech. It's a metaphor for how you move through life. You don't need to arrive first. You just need to move with precision. You don't need to be the loudest. You just need to say what matters when it matters. You don't need to be in every room. You just need to be unforgettable in the ones that count. Whisper and you become rare. Whisper and you create contrast. In a world addicted to performance, silence becomes seductive. Silence becomes powerful. Softness becomes unshakable. This doesn't mean you avoid directness. Sometimes the most powerful whisper is a single sentence of truth delivered with unwavering presence. I don't think that's true for me. I hear what you're saying, I just see it differently. This doesn't feel aligned. Said without heat, without defense, without the need to justify, just a whisper of clarity that lands like thunder. Because when you whisper while others shout, your words carry deeper. They bypass the surface. They enter the bloodstream, And long after the noise fades, they echo. That echo is what changes people. That echo is what turns moments into turning points. So become the one who speaks not for reaction, but for revelation. Become the one who listens more than they explain. The one who chooses their words like a sculptor chooses their tools, not for speed, but for precision. The one whose presence says everything before a single word is spoken. Because when you master the whisper, you don't have to compete for attention. You draw it. You don't force change. You become the condition in which change naturally happens. This is how power moves, not loudly, not desperately, not with a clenched fist, but quietly, calmly, like a ripple across still water. So next time you're tempted to raise your voice, pause, lower it, speak slower, speak less, say exactly what you mean and nothing more. And then let silence do the rest. Because in the right silence, even the softest whisper becomes unignorable. And that whisper, that's what they'll remember. People don't resist change. They resist the feeling of being changed. They resist being told what to do, what to think, how to feel. They resist the sensation that their power has been overridden, their sovereignty disrespected, their choices dictated from the outside, even when the suggestion is right, even when the solution is obvious, even when it's exactly what they need. This is where most people lose influence, not because they lack insight, but because they rush to deliver it in a way that triggers rebellion instead of revelation. The moment someone feels controlled, they dig their heels in, they protect their identity, even at the cost of growth. They say no, not because it's wrong, but because it wasn't theirs. Not their timing, not their idea, not their choice. That's the trick to true influence. You don't convince, you collaborate. You don't force truth into someone, you shape the conditions where truth feels like their own discovery. Because when someone feels that they arrived at a thought themselves, they don't just accept it, they own it, they defend it, they integrate it. And that's where real change happens, not through coercion but through psychological alchemy. The moment they believe it was their idea, the resistance disappears. This is the game beneath the game. Not manipulation, but guidance. You shift from being the authority to being the mirror. You become the silent architect behind their epiphany, the unseen hand shaping the clay they think they've molded themselves. It begins with listening, deeply, not just to words, but to language patterns, emotional cues, unspoken fears. People are always revealing their internal narratives. If you're still enough, patient enough, observant enough, you'll see where the openings are. You don't rush in. You ask the right question. You plant the seed, not the full idea, just a fragment, a sliver of suggestion that hooks into something they already believe. You don't say, "This is what you should do." You say, "You mentioned last week that you value clarity. What would that look like here?" You don't say, "You're making a mistake." You say, "How does this decision line up with who you told me you want to become?" See the shift? It's not about asserting your position. It's about awakening their position. It's about letting them step into insight without feeling led there. Because when people feel autonomy, their mind stays open. Their guard doesn't go up. Their identity doesn't feel threatened. And that openness, that's where you work your magic. You drop subtle truths, not as commandments but as invitations. You shape the emotional atmosphere with presence, not pressure. You let the idea linger in the air like incense, soft, invisible, undeniable. Then you wait. You don't need instant agreement. You're not playing for approval. You're playing for adoption. You want them to carry the idea out of the room, to replay it in their mind while driving, to wake up the next morning with a realization that came from nowhere. That's the power of strategic invisibility. When they tell the story later, it won't be, "They told me this." It'll be, "I was thinking the other day, and it just clicked." Perfect. You're not in the credit. You're in the outcome. You don't need to be remembered. You need your influence to endure. This doesn't just apply in personal conversations. It works in leadership, in negotiation, in romance, in every place where power dynamics breathe. A leader who gives orders will get results, but a leader who makes their team feel like the ideas are theirs, they get loyalty, creativity, ownership. A partner who always says, "We should," breeds defensiveness, but a partner who listens, mirrors, and gently reflects, they create a relationship where decisions emerge instead of being imposed. Even in conflict, this applies. If you argue, you create opposition. If you inquire, you create space. Say less, ask more. Don't prove prompt. Let them walk into the truth, not be dragged toward it. The deepest level of persuasion is when someone doesn't even know they were persuaded. Because when you allow others to preserve their identity, they let down their guard. And a lowered guard is the gateway to influence. But you have to be willing to release your ego. You have to be okay with someone else getting the credit. You have to be content being the ghost in the story. That's what separates influence from performance. Performance says, "Look what I did." Influence says, "Look what changed." And true social alchemy requires that humility, that patience, that discipline. It's knowing you can win the moment with brilliance or win the future with subtlety. So you let them shine, you let them believe, you let them arrive. And when they do, they never leave it behind. Because a belief birthed from autonomy feels sacred. It becomes part of their identity. And when something becomes part of their identity, it can't be argued with. It sticks, it spreads, it scales. That's how movements start. That's how legacies are built, not through speeches, but through invisible fingerprints on people's thinking. And sometimes, you'll hear your words come back to you years later, in someone else's mouth, packaged as their own. Don't correct them, smile. That's how you know you're playing the real game. Because the most powerful shift is the one they never saw coming, and the one they'll never forget. People don't respond to logic first, they respond to reflection. They respond to what feels familiar, safe, validating, not necessarily what's true. That's why facts often fall flat. It's not that people don't understand, they just don't feel seen. If you want to change minds, shift behavior, or guide perception, the first thing you must do is mirror them, emotionally, energetically, even linguistically. Mirroring is not mimicry, it's resonance. You become a tuning fork for their internal state. You reflect their rhythm, their tone, their language patterns, not to manipulate, but to harmonize. Because when someone feels mirrored, they drop their guard. Their nervous system says, "This person gets me. This person is like me. I'm safe here." Safety opens the door to influence. But here's the nuance. Mirroring alone is not the goal, it's the setup. Because once someone feels mirrored, they become receptive. They become more pliable. And that's when the misdirection begins. Not deception. Not betrayal, but strategic redirection. You take the energy they've already given you, the emotion, the momentum, the belief, and you pivot it gently, slightly, barely enough for them to notice, but just enough to lead them somewhere new. That's the art. Mirror them, then misdirect. It starts with language. If someone is speaking in absolutes, "I always fail, no one understands, this never works," you mirror the structure before redirecting the energy. You say, "Yeah, it really can feel that way, can't it? Like nothing lands, like no one gets it." Now they feel seen, heard, validated, and then you pivot. But what's interesting is that sometimes even in those moments there's a tiny shift, like something you didn't notice before starts to click, almost underneath the frustration. See the move? You didn't deny their experience. You didn't correct them. You joined their emotional wave, and then redirected it. This bypasses resistance. It keeps the ego intact. It preserves their narrative while gently guiding it into a new path. You never confront belief directly, you bend it, because when you push, they push back, but when you align, you can steer. The same goes for body language. If someone is closed off, arms crossed, posture tight, you subtly match their posture. You meet them where they are. You breathe like they breathe. You ground yourself in their emotional tempo. And then slowly, you shift. You uncross your arms. You soften your tone. You make space with your body. And often, without even realizing, they follow. Their nervous system tracks yours, and now the energy is co-regulated. This is not about control, it's about rhythmic leadership. You step into their world, not to stay there, but to walk them out of it. Because no one wants to be dragged to change, they want to be accompanied. You become the emotional companion, the psychological mirror. And once they're with you, truly with you, you redirect. This also works in tension, in conflict. Let's say someone is coming at you with frustration. You match the intensity, not the content. You say, "You're right. This is frustrating. It makes total sense that you'd be pissed off." That moment right there, that's the release valve. Because they expected resistance, but you mirrored, and in that instant they feel understood, which means they stop fighting you and start listening. Now comes the pivot. But maybe that frustration is pointing to something deeper, not just this situation, but a pattern, something worth unpacking. You don't push it. You ill-prop and plant it, because when someone feels mirrored, they naturally open to misdirection, not because they've been tricked, but because they've been felt, and feeling felt is more powerful than being fixed. This is how therapists work. This is how spiritual teachers transmit. This is how master persuaders lead without force. They meet people at the frequency of their story, and then they gently tune the signal. Over time, you can guide someone to entirely new terrain this way, new beliefs, new behaviors, new perceptions of self. But if you skip the mirroring step, if you go straight to the lesson, you lose them. They feel judged. They feel unseen, and when someone feels unseen, they don't change. They dig in. That's the tragedy of most arguments, most failed influence attempts. People try to dominate instead of dance. They try to correct instead of connect. But connection always comes first. Even in negotiation, this principle holds. Let's say you're at a table and someone is pushing for something unreasonable. You don't shut them down. You say, "That's a strong position, and honestly I can see why you'd want to fight for that. If I were in your shoes, I'd probably say the same." Now you're not the enemy, you're the ally, and from there you steer. That said, let's also look at what might work for both sides long term. Maybe there's a middle road that actually gets us more than either of us expected. Now the energy has shifted. You mirrored. You redirected. You reframed, and suddenly what felt impossible starts to soften. This is the heart of social alchemy, not overpowering people, but rerouting them, not forcing compliance, but cultivating alignment. You don't need to be loud. You don't need to be aggressive. You don't need to be right. You need to be attuned to their language, to their tone, to their unspoken needs, because when you mirror someone's emotional world, you gain access, and once you're inside, you don't push, you pivot. This creates influence that lasts, not because you dominated, but because you danced. And that dance, it's felt. They may not even realize what changed. They may walk away thinking it was all their idea, perfect, because your goal isn't credit, it's impact. And impact lives in the subtle moves, the quiet turns, the gentle redirects that feel like their own discoveries. So stop trying to win the argument. Start learning the rhythm. Start listening deeper. Start reflecting what's true for them. Not so you can stay there forever, but so you can walk them somewhere new, together. That's how you shape perception. That's how you change behavior. That's how you bend reality one mirrored heartbeat at a time. Most people think power means being at the center, having your name spoken, being the one everyone points to when success happens. But real power doesn't crave the spotlight, it gives it away, strategically. Because when you give credit, especially in situations where you could easily keep it, you do something most people never see coming. You lower their defenses, you build loyalty, and most importantly, you gain control without appearing to seek it. That's the paradox. The more you elevate others, the more gravitational pull you create around yourself, because people remember how they feel around you. And few feelings are more potent than being seen, valued, celebrated. Most people are starved for acknowledgement. Even the confident ones, especially the confident ones. They're performing a story, waiting for it to be validated. So when you give them that validation genuinely, clearly, without ego, you plant a flag in their emotional landscape. They associate you with elevation, and once that bond is formed, your influence increases without a word. They want to bring you in. They want to loop you into decisions. They want to protect the space where your presence lives. But here's the subtle art. Giving credit doesn't mean giving away power. It means redistributing visibility while retaining authorship. You become the ghostwriter of the moment. They might get the applause, but you wrote the play. And if you've ever written the play, you know the real authority isn't on the stage, it's in the mind that designed the scene, so you let them take the bow. You smile, you stay quiet. Because when the room claps for them, they'll feel the echo of your hands behind the curtain. This is how kings were made, not by crowning themselves, but by crowning others first, and then watching the loyalty build, brick by brick, favor by favor. But you can't fake it. Insincere credit is manipulation, and people can smell it. This only works when your credit giving is precise. It needs to be specific, targeted, real. You brought clarity when things were chaotic. You asked the question that shifted the whole room. That decision you made, most people would have hesitated. You didn't. These are not compliments. They're anchors. They tie your acknowledgement to identity, to moments, to turning points. And now that person has an emotional receipt. They carry it. And whether they realize it or not, they begin to calibrate around your feedback. They listen more closely to what you say. They take your presence more seriously. Because your words aren't casual. They shape who they are. That's real control. Not loud, not forceful, elegant. You give away the wind and become the reason it happened. This also works in group dynamics. If you're in a meeting and someone makes a decent point, elevate it. Not for flattery, for structure. You say, what she said just now, that's the real insight. That right there changes the direction. You frame the moment, and because you were the one who named the value, the room links you to the outcome. Even if she spoke it, you shaped it, you guided perception. You didn't fight for control, you shaped consensus. That's what leadership actually is. Not command, curation. This applies in conflict too. If tensions rise and you publicly acknowledge someone's valid emotion or effort, even if you disagree with their stance, you instantly shift the energy. You say, look, I know you're coming from a place of wanting this to work, that matters to me. Suddenly, you're not the adversary, you've made space for their dignity. And people never forget who gave them space to keep their dignity. From that space, real negotiation becomes possible. But again, none of this means you disappear. You don't erase your role. You amplify others strategically to build relational equity. So when the big moment comes, when the decision, the move, the risk needs to be taken, they trust you. They choose you, not because you shouted, but because you made them feel stronger in your presence than out of it. You're now the unseen backbone, the signal caller no one questions, because your influence wasn't earned through dominance, it was earned through precision generosity. Give credit, take control. You also use this principle in reverse. When things go wrong, take more responsibility than you need to. You say, I could have seen that sooner. I should have spoken up earlier. I didn't frame that the right way. This shocks people, because most are looking to distance themselves from failure. But when you step toward it, owning the edges, not deflecting blame, you display sovereignty, and people feel that, because it's rare. It says, this person can hold weight. They don't crumble. They don't pass the burden. They carry it. And when you show you can carry it, people naturally give you more to carry. That's how responsibility finds you, when you prove you don't fear it. So you absorb the impact. You protect others' egos when necessary and without ever saying it. You become the pillar, strong enough to hold success, stable enough to contain failure. When people see that, feel that, they start organizing themselves around you, not by your demand, by your example, and from that structure control emerges. But it's not the control of a tyrant. It's not the brittle grip of someone desperate to be followed. It's the magnetic center of someone people choose to follow, because they feel stronger around you, more seen, more capable, more courageous. That's the paradox again. You give them the credit, and they give you the power. You let them shine, and they orbit you. Because in a world full of people trying to grab attention, trying to prove their value, trying to dominate with noise, you become the one who amplifies quietly, who celebrates others with precision, who leads from the back and still ends up in front. So stop trying to be the hero of every room. Start being the one who builds heroes. They'll never forget you, even if they don't say it, because you don't need to be named to be necessary. You don't need to be praised to be powerful. You gave them the stage, but you designed the theater. And that is how you lead without ever needing to stand in front. Applause is addictive. It sounds like approval, but it feels like validation, a moment of being seen, a rush of energy that says, you're right, you're wanted, you're winning. And for most people, it's the closest thing they ever get to feeling significant. But here's the truth most never realize. Applause doesn't just reward behavior. It shapes it. And if you understand that, truly understand it, then you unlock one of the most subtle and powerful tools of control, reinforcement disguised as admiration. Because when you applaud someone, when you offer praise, agreement, celebration, you are doing more than affirming a moment. You are planting direction. You are steering future behavior without ever issuing a command. That's what manipulation through applause is. It's not deception. It's architecting identity through selective recognition. People will repeat whatever gets them praise, even unconsciously, especially unconsciously, because humans don't just chase rewards, they chase feelings. And few feelings are as seductive as being applauded for something they thought might not matter. When someone says, "That was brilliant," or "I loved how you handled that," the mind takes note, this is who I need to be more of. So what if you were the one guiding who they become, picking through what you choose to applaud? That's power. But only if you do it strategically. Because not all applause holds weight. Most praise is empty, generic, automated, and when someone receives praise that feels vague or overused, they don't absorb it. They don't internalize it. It feels transactional. But targeted applause? Specific, earned, sparse. That lands differently. You asked the question no one else had the courage to ask. You stayed calm in a moment where most people would have spiraled. You noticed something subtle, and that changed the entire tone of the conversation. That kind of praise sticks. It says this is your superpower, and because it's specific, it becomes a mirror. People see themselves more clearly through it, and then they seek that reflection again and again. This is how you build loyalty, not by offering love, but by offering identity. You're not just saying good job, you're saying this is who you are. And once someone believes that's who they are, they start acting in alignment with it. You are shaping their self-concept through positive reinforcement. And nothing is more manipulative than reinforcing a behavior someone didn't know they were addicted to yet. Because now, they don't just want more applause, they want your applause. You've become the signal, the validator, the standard. They start to look for you in every success. Did they see that? Did I do it right? Will they say something? And when you don't, they notice. That's the next layer. Strategic absence of applause. If someone is used to your recognition and suddenly doesn't get it, they feel it. They start to wonder, reassess, correct. Because your silence isn't just neutral, it becomes a message. That's when you know you're no longer applauding behavior, you're governing it. You've shifted the balance from praise to programming. Now, this is delicate, because if you overuse this, if you start applauding to manipulate every micro-action, people will smell it. It starts to feel transactional. They feel like they're being puppeteered, not empowered. That's why subtlety matters. Don't praise everything. Don't praise immediately. Don't praise publicly unless it serves your long game. Instead, watch, wait. Kindly offer applause only when it's clear that the person wasn't seeking it, when they acted from instinct, and then you affirm that instinct as valuable. That creates imprint, because they weren't performing for approval, they were being themselves, and you told them, that part of you, that's gold. Now it's not just about pleasing you, it's about believing in themselves. And when people believe in the parts of themselves you highlight, they lean into those parts more often. You're shaping their future without ever issuing a command. But here's the deeper truth. Everyone's applause threshold is different. Some need it constantly, others reject it outwardly but crave it in secret. Some only respond to private praise, others live for the public acknowledgement. Your job is to study, to learn their currency, to understand how recognition lands in their nervous system, not yours. Because when you tailor your praise to the person's internal architecture, it becomes unforgettable. And unforgettable moments create unshakable bonds. The ones who praise without thought are liked. The ones who praise with precision are followed. And when you're followed, emotionally, psychologically, energetically, you don't need to fight for power. You already have it. Because people are giving it to you. Not because they're weak, but because they trust that your recognition reflects who they most want to become. Now, here's where this becomes even more strategic. You can use applause not just to reinforce behaviors, but to neutralize threats. When someone is rising in status or gaining attention in a way that could threaten your position, don't resist them, applaud them loudly, clearly, repeatedly. Why? Because when you praise someone, you frame them, you define their strengths, you tell the room, this is who this person is. And if you're the first to do it, if your voice leads the narrative, then you shape how others perceive them. Even better, you subtly position yourself as their validator, their supporter. Now, their success becomes partially attributed to you. You become the person who believed in them. You disarm envy. You protect your position, and you build loyalty with someone who otherwise may have competed with you. This is influence layered on influence. Applaud the rising star before they think they need to eclipse you, and they'll never forget where the spotlight first came from. This works even with rivals. Sometimes the best move is to publicly praise the part of them that serves your agenda. It shifts the energy, it reframes the dynamic, and it positions you as above the game, even as you quietly move the pieces behind the scenes. You don't fight them, you sculpt them through applause. And finally, here's the deepest truth. People become the parts of themselves they believe are seen. So if you want someone to evolve, don't point out their flaws. Shine a spotlight on their hidden strengths. Call out the moments that most people overlook. The micro-choices, the subtle acts of wisdom, the courage beneath their hesitation, make them feel witnessed in their better self. And they will start living into it, because you gave it form. That's the game. Applaud not to flatter. applaud to activate, and once you've activated someone, their loyalty isn't to you, it's to the version of themselves they found in your reflection. That version, that's who they'll chase. And you'll be the compass they return to every time they want to feel it again. Manipulate through applause, not because you need control, but because you know that the quietest way to lead is by choosing what you clap for. And when everyone around you is addicted to chaos, not always the loud screaming kind, sometimes it's subtle, internal, invisible, but it's chaos all the same. Racing thoughts, overthinking, needing answers, needing validation, needing control. People crave certainty, yet spend their lives fueling instability. They create fires just so they can feel the thrill of putting them out. And most don't even know they're doing it. But you can be the calm in the room, the quiet center. And if you learn to hold that calm, not as an act, not as a performance, but as a frequency, they will start to orbit you. Not because you demand it, but because they can't find that feeling anywhere else. This isn't about being passive, it's about being unmoved, grounded, rooted. You become the still point in a spinning world. And that stillness, it becomes addictive. When you are the one who doesn't flinch when others panic, when you don't rush to fix, to explain, to react, when your presence itself communicates, "Nothing can shake me," you create emotional gravity. People begin to tether to you without even realizing it. They start bringing their problems to you. Not because you have all the answers, but because you don't add to the noise. You absorb it, transmute it. Your calm becomes their compass, because when you stay calm in chaos, you give others permission to access a part of themselves they forgot existed. Stillness, stability, perspective. And once they feel that in your presence, they associate you with their relief, their clarity, their emotional regulation. Now you're not just someone they trust, you're someone they need. This is how dependence forms, not through dominance, but through resonance. You meet people where they are, without matching their energy. They're frantic, you're soft. They're spiraling, you're still. They're explosive, you're unshakable. And because you don't escalate with them, their nervous system recalibrates to you. Without knowing how, they start to breathe slower. Their thoughts become clearer. Their heart rate drops. You've just regulated them without saying a word. This is nervous system leadership. It's primal, subconscious, immediate. It's what babies feel with grounded parents. It's what animals feel around confident energy. It's what entire rooms feel when someone walks in who isn't trying to prove anything. People don't always need your advice. They need your frequency. But you can't fake it. You can't posture calm. It has to be real. Which means you must do the work first. You must become the stillness you want others to feel. Because if your calm is surface level, people will sense it. They'll feel the tension underneath, and your presence will register as uncertainty, not safety. True calm comes from embodiment, from not needing to control every outcome, from not personalizing every emotion, from letting people feel what they feel while you remain the mountain. And once you master that, you'll notice something strange. People will start to defer to you, even when you haven't said anything. They'll look at you when the conversation gets heated. They'll follow your lead when decisions need to be made, because they're waiting to see how you respond. And when your response is neutral, composed, intentional, they follow. Not because you asserted power, but because your calm became power. Now, here's where the dependency begins to build. When someone experiences your calm once, they feel relief. When they experience it multiple times, they feel trust. But when they can't access that calm without you, now they feel need. They come to you not for solutions, but for centering. You become their reset button, their internal GPS, their emotional sanctuary. And once someone depends on your calm to find their own, they will prioritize keeping you close, protecting their connection to you, aligning with your pace. This isn't about manipulation, it's about presence as leverage. You are not trying to dominate them, you are letting them anchor to you. But that anchoring gives you control, because now they think twice before upsetting you. They adjust their tone when you speak. They pause before making decisions you haven't weighed in on, not because you threatened them, but because they don't want to lose the one place where they feel whole. That's the hidden influence of calm. It's not showy, it's not dramatic. It's quiet, slow, undeniable, like gravity. And it works everywhere. In relationships, your partner argues, vents, spirals. You don't match it. You stay present. You listen. You give no fuel to the fire. Eventually, the fire runs out of oxygen. And in the ashes, you're still there. Holding the same softness. Unmoved. Now they don't see you as the enemy, they see you as the place they want to return to. In business, the team panics, deadlines loom, voices rise. You don't scramble. You breathe deeper. You ask better questions. You simplify. Suddenly the room shifts. They find their center in your center, even in negotiation. When others rush to speak, to sell, to assert, you stay still, say less, watch. And because you aren't seeking anything, people start offering more, filling the silence, revealing their motives, handing you the advantage. Calm doesn't just regulate emotions, it reveals power. Because in a world that's always on, the one who remains off stands out. You become the anomaly, and anomalies get followed. But again, this isn't about suppression. It's not about hiding your feelings or being stoic for the sake of appearance. It's about owning your space. It's about knowing that your energy affects everything, and choosing, moment by moment, to be the thermostat, not the thermometer. You set the temperature. You hold the standard. And when others can't find that in themselves, they come to you. At first for a moment, then for a pattern, then because they realize they can't regulate without you. Now your calm isn't just a tool, it's a currency, one you can use to lead, to influence, to steer outcomes, without force. Because the one who creates stillness in others becomes irreplaceable, and when you're irreplaceable, you don't chase power. Power settles around you. So breathe deeper, soften your eyes, slow your pace, and speak from groundedness. Let the world swirl. Let others rush. You move like time doesn't apply to you, and they'll start adjusting their clock just to match yours. That's the kind of calm they'll crave, the kind they can't find anywhere else, the kind that makes them reach for you again and again and again, until your presence becomes their prescription and your stillness becomes their new definition of safety. Influence doesn't always leave a fingerprint. In fact, the most potent kind never does. It lingers without shape. It reshapes thought without being traced. It changes lives without a name ever being spoken. That's the essence of invisible legacy. Influence without evidence. You don't need credit. You don't need recognition. You don't even need people to know it was you. What you need is precision, subtlety, depth, the ability to reach into someone's internal world and rewire it without ever announcing your presence. And that kind of influence, it doesn't require proof, because proof is for the ego. Evidence is for the ones who need to be believed. But when your focus is impact, not impression, you let go of the need to be seen. You just move, silently, strategically, deeply. And the ripples you create, though invisible, move far beyond what attention ever could. This is the kind of power that reshapes people's paths without them realizing the path ever changed. A single comment, a calm moment, a presence they remember without remembering why. Have you ever had someone say something to you once so casually you almost didn't register it, and then years later it comes back to you in a critical moment and changes how you act? That's influence without evidence. You didn't take notes, you didn't write it down, but it marked you. Some part of your internal world adjusted because of it. Now imagine being the person who leaves those kinds of marks, intentionally. It starts with detaching from outcome. You don't influence to be thanked. You don't teach to be quoted. You don't guide to be followed. You do it because it works, and working silently is more powerful than working visibly, because the moment your influence is felt but not seen, people integrate it as their own, and once someone believes they arrived at the idea themselves, they carry it forever. This is how legends are created without ever being known. How some of the most powerful minds in history had teachers, mentors, lovers, or guides whose names never made it to the story, but whose essence lived in every chapter. Because those teachers weren't writing for attention. They were writing into people, carving their presence into thought patterns, shaping future choices, seeding shifts that bloomed long after they were gone. That's what it means to build a legacy without a label. Most people want monuments. You're building root systems. They want applause. You want alignment. They want their name in lights. You want your frequency to echo through time. That's why you can't lead with volume. You must lead with vibration. Your words become spells when spoken from stillness. Your silence becomes shape when held with intention. Even your smallest actions, who you forgive, what you reinforce, what you allow to die, become curriculum for someone watching you without saying a word. Because someone is always watching, even if it's not with eyes, even if it's years later. Through someone else's story that your behavior quietly authored, you become a ghost in the code, and your influence lasts because no one can trace it back, which means no one can undo it. Because it wasn't built on visibility, it was built on resonance. The insecure crave proof. The anchored create presence. And presence is what rewrites someone's nervous system. It doesn't need to shout. It doesn't need to convince. It doesn't even need to make sense in the moment. It just lands, quietly, softly, completely. That's how paradigm shifts begin, in a sentence, in a glance, in a moment. No one noticed except the one who was ready to hear it. This is the kind of power you develop when you stop trying to be understood and start trying to be undeniable, not through evidence, but through effect. The impact you make when the room feels different because you're in it, even if you didn't say a thing. The decision someone makes days after talking to you, even though you didn't tell them what to do. The way they adjust their tone with others because your presence showed them what peace could feel like. All of that's influence, and none of it has receipts. It's in the silence between words, the stillness between actions, the tension you don't respond to, the correction you don't give. It's in what you withhold just as much as what you share. You become the space in which others find clarity, not because you gave it to them, but because your presence removed the noise long enough for them to hear themselves. That's sacred, because now they aren't just influenced, they're transformed, and they'll never fully know how it happened. They'll credit fate, a book, a breakthrough, but it was you, years ago in a sentence you've long forgotten, that opened that door. You never needed the recognition, you were never even in the frame, but the entire picture changed because of you. That's influence without evidence. It's not for those who want to be famous. It's for those who want to be felt. And when you're felt deeply enough, you never really leave, because you become part of people. The voice they hear when they're about to abandon themselves, the stillness they return to when everything else fails, the story they tell without realizing it was your story first. So if you want real power, stop performing, start imprinting, speak when no one's asking, but only what must be said. Let it echo. Then walk away, disappear into the ripple you created, and trust that it will reach the shore exactly when it's needed. Not because you tracked it, not because you proved it, but because the truth always travels, even without your name on it. Most people rush to fix what's broken, because brokenness makes them uncomfortable. It creates uncertainty, it disrupts harmony, and humans by nature crave order, even if it's artificial. But those who understand power, they see things differently. They don't rush in with tape and tools. They watch. They study the fractures. They ask, who benefits from this staying broken? And if the answer is you, if the dysfunction, the confusion, the imbalance somehow serves your position, then the most strategic move is the one few have the stomach for. Leave it broken. That doesn't mean cause harm. It doesn't mean exploit suffering. It means understanding the architecture of power and recognizing that not every imbalance needs to be healed, especially if it gives you leverage. Because sometimes, what's broken in the system is what keeps you outside the blast zone. Sometimes, what's broken in the dynamic is what ensures your dominance. And sometimes, fixing things too quickly, too openly, too generously, exposes you. It reveals that you noticed. It reveals that you could have acted sooner. It reveals a capability others weren't supposed to see. And when others see what you're capable of too soon, they start expecting more. They start testing you. They start recalibrating their moves based on your power. That's not control. That's exposure. You don't want exposure. You want quiet influence. So you don't fix every inefficiency. You don't patch every leak. You learn to live with the dripping faucet if the sound reminds them that they need you to hold the wrench. This is where most well-meaning people lose their power. They want peace more than they want position. They want resolution more than they want reach. But here's the uncomfortable truth. Sometimes dysfunction serves you better than harmony ever could. A team that looks to you for direction because the leader above them is indecisive? Don't fix the chain of command. You've already become the one they trust. A relationship dynamic where your emotional detachment makes them chase clarity? Don't start oversharing. Your ambiguity is the magnet. The conversation where someone's misunderstanding of your role keeps them underestimating you? Don't correct them. Their ignorance is your insulation. What's broken creates space, and space gives you room to move silently. When things are too orderly, too predictable, too aligned, eyes sharpen. People start asking questions, making demands, calling out inconsistencies. But when the system is slightly fractured, when confusion fogs the edges, your moves become untraceable. You can slip between the cracks, shape narratives without ownership, pull strings without ever holding the puppets. That's what invisible influence requires. A tolerance for imperfection, a willingness to let the room stay messy if the mess keeps you in power. It's not laziness, it's strategy. Because power isn't about always doing the right thing. It's about knowing when not to act. That moment when everyone looks around, waiting for someone to step in, and you could, but you don't. That's a test of patience, of position, of polarity. And when you hold still long enough, people start realizing they need you, not because you claimed authority, but because you never chased it. Letting things stay broken isn't cruelty. It's recognizing when effort is a waste, when clarity would collapse your leverage, when help would highlight your hand. You're not here to fix everything. You're here to shape outcomes, and sometimes the best way to shape an outcome is to let others struggle just enough to seek you, but not so much that they stop functioning entirely. That's the line. Let the discomfort build. Let the tension rise. Let the inefficiency rise. Let the inefficiency become just loud enough that your silence becomes suspicious, and your presence becomes priceless. This also applies to identity. If someone holds a false belief about you that gives you room to maneuver, don't correct them. If they think you're soft when you're calculating, good. If they think you're unsure when you're deliberate, perfect. If they think you're slow when you're strategic, excellent. Their lowered expectations are your license. If you fix their perception, you lose the game. Let them underestimate, let them overlook, let them believe they know you, so you can move beyond what they imagine. Because when people think something's broken, they stop watching it. And if they're not watching, they're not guarding. And if they're not guarding, you're free. To lead, to shape, to ascend. This is the move beneath the move. Don't fix the flaw, feed the illusion. Let the dysfunction work for you. In a conversation, if someone dominates the space and you pretend to shrink while absorbing every detail they reveal, they think they've won. But you've gathered data, you've let their ego do the talking, and now you know exactly where their weaknesses live. In a relationship, if the other person relies on your emotional calm to stabilize themselves, you don't suddenly fix their dependency. You recognize that your neutrality is the anchor, your silence is the guide, your energy governs the room even if they think they're leading it. In a negotiation, if the other party believes they're in control because you're being quiet, you don't disrupt that illusion, you let them believe it, you let them play loud, and then when the terms are tilted in your favor, they don't even notice, because they were too busy being right to recognize you were winning. This is the power of leaving things broken, of refusing to intervene just to look good, of walking away from applause because the real play is happening offstage. You don't need validation, you need leverage. And leverage lives in the cracks, so let others rush to fix. Let them chase clarity, harmony, transparency. You'll wait in the shadows, where the chaos protects your moves, where the confusion conceals your climb, where the broken pieces distract everyone from the fact that you're already building something new underneath it all. Because the ones who rise without being seen are the ones who understand. Not everything broken needs to be healed. Some things need to stay fractured, so you can slip through the fault lines and shape the story from the inside. And when they finally see the pattern, when they realize the influence that's been there all along, it's too late. You're already the one they depend on, already the one they can't move without, already the one whose silence shaped every chapter. Because you didn't fix what made them chase you, you didn't fix what made you essential, you didn't fix what made you powerful, you just watched, waited, and let the cracks become your crown. Most people think enemies are problems to be solved, obstacles to overcome, threats to eliminate, but that's the mistake of amateurs. If you understand how power truly works, how perception bends, how narratives form, how influence solidifies, you stop trying to erase your enemies. Instead, you use them. You let them play their role. You let them attack. You let them draw attention away from you while you operate underneath the noise they're creating. Because nothing hides your true moves better than a visible opponent making noise in your direction. Enemies, when positioned correctly, don't block power. They protect it. They act as decoys, lightning rods, distractions. They give the world something to look at, something to react to, so you can keep building quietly behind the curtain. Let them underestimate you, let them insult you, let them posture. Every moment they spend trying to tear you down, they elevate you in the process. Every word they say becomes another thread in the myth of your significance. If you were irrelevant, they wouldn't waste their breath. Their obsession becomes proof of your power. Add proof? It doesn't just live in your circle, it ripples outward. Because the more public the enemy, the more visible your contrast. While they speak from bitterness, you move with restraint. While they spiral in attack, you stand in stillness. While they try to wound you with noise, you don't respond, because you don't need to. You've already won the deeper game. You've made them your shield. How? Because as long as they're focused on tearing down your surface, no one's looking at the structure beneath. Your network, your strategy, your intention. It all grows in silence while they scream. And the best part, no one suspects you're climbing. You appear wounded, distracted, on defense. But in reality, you're building, solidifying, expanding. Their fire becomes your cover. And here's what most people don't understand. Enemies don't need to be silenced. They need to be seen as predictable, emotional, and irrational. Let them talk. Let them be loud. Let them flail. Because when the dust settles, everyone remembers who kept their head. Who didn't take the bait? Who didn't descend into the chaos? You. Your calm becomes contrast. Your restraint becomes the proof of power. Now, this doesn't mean you don't respond. You do, but only in ways that serve your strategy. Sometimes that means speaking, sometimes it means staying silent. Sometimes it means praising them in public so you can bury them in private. But always it means controlling the frame. The frame is the narrative container, and if they control the story, they control perception. So what you do is this. Let them write the beginning, you write the ending. Let them stir the fire, you shape the ashes. Because in the long game, the one who dictates conclusion wins. You want to be remembered not for how you reacted, but for how you outlasted. Now, there's another layer. Enemies aren't just useful as shields, they're also mirrors. They reveal what you've outgrown. Every enemy you attract tells a story about your evolution. They show up as reflections of where you once were, what you once feared, or what you're being invited to transcend. So instead of seeing them as nuisances, see them as affirmations. If you have critics, you've moved. If you have attackers, you've arrived. If you have enemies, you've risen. And the more you rise, the more they try to pull you back into the version of yourself that fits their comfort zone. But you don't go. You let them claw at the old version of you. Stays 2 steps ahead, watching, smiling, adjusting the board. This is why power doesn't argue. It doesn't justify, it doesn't explain, it uses every interaction as leverage, even opposition, especially opposition. Let's say someone tries to publicly humiliate you, calls you out, posts about you, gathers allies. The average person rushes to defend their name. But the one who understands legacy, they do something different. They lean into grace. They don't respond with equal heat. They elevate. They say, I respect their opinion. We clearly see things differently. I'm focused on building, not battling. And in that moment, you win the frame. Because now the enemy looks small, petty, obsessed, and you look untouchable. That contrast becomes your elevation. But let's take this deeper. There are moments when creating enemies on purpose is the right play. You choose someone to oppose you, not because they threaten you, but because they highlight you. You allow the tension to build. You even stoke it subtly, not to destroy them, but to define yourself through them. Because people need contrast to feel clarity, and nothing sharpens your image like a visible foil. The artist needs the critic, the visionary needs the skeptic, the leader needs the rival. Without them, your message floats. With them, it lands. Now suddenly your position is clear, your values crystallize, your stance takes shape, because in their opposition you've found your definition. But here's the part most miss. Your enemies aren't just tools, they're boundaries. They absorb the energy that would otherwise come directly to you. They keep the outer perimeter loud, so your inner sanctum stays quiet. This is how empires were built. The outer edge fought battles. The core stayed still, watching the fire while growing roots. So next time you feel attacked, pause. Don't ask, how do I stop this? Ask, how does this serve me? Where is the cover? Where is the deflection? Where is the distraction? How can I make this noise hide my next move? Because once you reframe enemies as assets, you stop fearing opposition. You start using it. Like wind behind a sail, like shadows that protect your flame. And when you use it well, when you stay still while they rage, You become something terrifying to them. Unreachable, unshakable, unreactive, and that, more than any speech, any defense, any retaliation, destroys them. Because the one who doesn't flinch in the face of attack, the one who uses the fire to warm their hands, the one who lets the noise become a symphony they conduct, that one becomes unforgettable. So let them scream. Let them plot. Let them try. You're not here to fight them. You're here to build behind them. They are not the storm. They are your smokescreen. They are not the threat. They are your camouflage. They are not the end. They're just the proof that you're playing a game they haven't even realized exists. And you're already winning, silently, strategically, completely. Most people live loudly, even when they're quiet. Their expressions reveal too much. Their pauses give away their fear. Their over-explanations reveal insecurity. Their need to be understood becomes their weakness, because at the root of most behavior is a craving to be known, to be seen, to be clear, to be transparent. But here's the paradox of real power. The more readable you are, the less control you have. Because if they can read you, they can predict you, and if they can predict you, they can play you, shape you, trap you. Your emotions become cues, your opinions become liabilities, your patterns become maps for manipulation. The powerful understand something different, something ancient. To influence others, you must not let them define you. You must remain just outside the frame, close enough to matter, not enough to be mysterious. When they look at you, they should feel something they can't quite explain. Is it confidence or calculation? Is it kindness or control? Are you listening or leading? They won't know. And that's the point, because when you are unreadable, you are untouchable. You're no longer bound by their assumptions. You move beyond their categories. You slip past their defenses, not by force, but by being unknowable. And the unknowable is always feared, always respected, always chased. That's why mystique is more powerful than charisma. Charisma invites, mystique disorients. Charisma pulls people in with energy. Mystique pulls them in with questions, and questions, when unanswered, create obsession. This is why your power multiplies when you no longer explain yourself, when you no longer correct misunderstandings, when you no longer feel the need to resolve every false impression. Let them misinterpret you. Let them fill in the blanks. Let them invent their own version of who you are. Because the moment you speak too much, justify, define, label, you give them the manual. You hand them the remote control. But when you remain still while they guess, you stay in command. And here's the truth most never learn. People don't fear what they understand. They fear what they can't decode. They respect what remains a mystery. They chase what won't give itself away. And that chase becomes dependence, because now your silence means something. Now your gaze holds meaning. Now your presence shifts the room, not because of what you say, but because no one can predict what you'll do next. Predictability is comfort. But unreadability is gravity. It pulls people in while pushing their certainty away. And when people are uncertain, they pause, they slow down, they lean in, they listen. And that listening is the opening, the invitation, the space where influence flows. You never have to raise your voice when your silence bends the atmosphere. You never have to assert power when your lack of expression leaves others scrambling for interpretation. Let's take this deeper. In every interaction there is a psychological game unfolding, whether you realize it or not. You speak, they react. They speak, you react. Each word becomes data, each pause becomes a move. But most people are reactive chess players. They reveal their hand too early, they respond emotionally, they correct. They chase clarity, they chase being understood. But if you remain unreadable, you shift the dynamic completely. You become the blank space others project onto, and projection is power. Because what people project onto you tells you everything about them, their fears, their insecurities, their stories, their blind spots, all laid bare because they assume they know you, and in trying to define you they reveal themselves. Now you're not just unreadable, you're observing while being observed. You become the mirror that shows others their own mind, and a mirror that doesn't speak is the most honest kind. That's why remaining unreadable doesn't mean being fake. It doesn't mean being cold or indifferent. It means being intentional, selective. It means choosing which parts of yourself to reveal and when. It means holding your energy like a weapon, not a performance. Because if you give away all your feelings, all your reactions, all your thoughts, they will own you. They will weaponize your transparency against you. They will categorize you, simplify you, dismiss you. You become easy to manipulate, easy to dismantle. But when you say less, when you don't react, when you move like your center is unshakable, they can't locate your weak point. And when someone can't locate your weakness, they treat you differently. More carefully, more respectfully, more strategically, because they're not sure how far your reach goes. You become bigger in their mind than in reality. They start negotiating with the idea of you, not the facts. And that's where real influence lives. When you're no longer a person to them, you're a presence, a force, an enigma, a reference point they can't stop orbiting. Now, let's talk relationships. In love, most people try to secure connection by over-revealing. They share every thought, every emotion, every wound, every story, because they believe transparency is the highest form of trust. But sometimes, full transparency creates predictability, and predictability dulls desire. Mystery is the oxygen of attraction. When they can't quite read your emotions, when they're not sure what you'll say next, when your rhythm breaks their expectations, they stay alert, they stay hooked. You're not withholding to play games, you're withholding because you understand that intimacy doesn't require full exposure, it requires presence. And presence, when combined with restraint, creates magnetism. You don't give them everything, you give them just enough. Enough to feel the current, not enough to swim freely. That's how longing builds. In business, this principle becomes even more powerful. The unreadable leader is always underestimated at first. They're quiet in meetings. They don't jump to make decisions. They let others talk themselves into corners. But behind the scenes, they're charting maps. They're studying reactions. They're noting patterns. And then, when they speak, every word lands. Because it wasn't said to fill space. It was said to move the game forward. Unreadable doesn't mean passive. It means surgical. It means moving without announcing your intention. It means letting others burn their energy trying to decode you while you conserve yours for the real moves. Because unreadability is an energy-saving state. You don't waste your expression on everyone. You don't give your insights to every room. You don't soften every silence with explanation. You simply exist with precision. And people begin to adjust their behavior around you. They start second-guessing themselves. They start seeking clues in your tone, your posture, your pacing. They give you authority without you ever asking for it. That's the secret of silent rule. The ones who talk less, move less, show less, command more. Because in a world addicted to visibility, mystery is power. And power that doesn't explain itself becomes myth. Now, don't confuse this with being emotionally unavailable. You can be deeply present, deeply connected, deeply attuned, and still unreadable. Because what you're withholding isn't love or warmth, it's access to your inner code. They can feel you, but they can't trace you. They can admire you, but they can't predict you. They can follow you, but they can't replicate you. That's how legacy is born. Not through making yourself a manual, but by becoming a mystery worth chasing. So stop trying to be fully known. Let them guess. Let them wonder. Let them sit in the quiet after your words, asking themselves what you really meant, and never answer. Because once you become legible, you become limited. But when you remain unreadable, you remain limitless. Not because they can't see you, but because they can't stop looking. Underneath every attempt at control lies one thing: fear of the unknown. Most people can tolerate hardship. They can handle setbacks. They can even survive betrayal. But what truly breaks them, what strips them of confidence and control, is unpredictability. When they can't forecast what's coming, they crumble. Because the mind wants patterns. It wants to know what tomorrow holds. It wants reassurance that things will make sense, stay stable, and fit within the framework it's built. And when someone doesn't fit that framework, when someone moves like a shifting shadow instead of a steady light, they become something much more than human. They become a storm. The storm doesn't ask permission. The storm doesn't follow rules. The storm doesn't explain itself. It arrives. It overwhelms. It changes the landscape, and by the time it's gone, nothing is the same. That's who you must become if you want to rise beyond the reach of control, if you want to hold the kind of power that doesn't get challenged, because it doesn't give anyone a grip. You don't become a storm by being loud. You become a storm by being untrackable. You don't move in a straight line. You don't repeat the same pattern. You don't give anyone the comfort of predictability, because the predictable are always manageable. They're always boxed in, filed, labeled, controlled. But when your moves defy expectation, when they feel like wind one moment and lightning the next, you become untouchable. People will fear you not because you're dangerous, but because they can't find your rhythm, and what can't be predicted, can't be planned for. This is the art of asymmetry, of intentional unpredictability. When you refuse to conform to expected timing, tone, reaction, you break the frame others try to place you in, and without a frame they lose their grip. This is what true dominance looks like in energy, in leadership, in love, in war. It's not control. It's chaos you can wield, chaos that only you understand. That's what makes a storm powerful. It's not that it's wild, but that it's self-governing. It moves on its own rules, its own speed, its own direction. 1 minute it's rain, next it's thunder. Next it's the calmest silence you've ever felt. That silence is the most disorienting part. Because when someone expects wrath and receives stillness, they don't know where to stand. They question everything. They can't find safety in assumption. And that's exactly what you want. Let them assume, you'll respond with fire. Then give them frost. Let them expect retreat, then strike. Let them believe they've figured you out, then vanish. This isn't about playing games. It's about dissolving the game entirely and building your own. When you can't be anticipated, you can't be matched, because people train for patterns. But they are defenseless against spontaneity wrapped in strategy. Here's the real secret, though. Unpredictability doesn't mean being erratic. It means being unreadable with purpose. It means knowing exactly what the world expects from you in each moment, and choosing not to give it to them. It means rewiring your rhythm until it doesn't belong to anything outside of you. It means turning your moods into tools, your silences into signals, your movement into messages that no one can decode but everyone feels. People will call you dangerous, and they'll be right, but not for the reasons they think. You won't be dangerous because you destroy things. You'll be dangerous because you can destroy the illusion of certainty. You'll break people's belief in their own ability to control you, and once they feel that, they treat you differently. They speak more carefully. They strategize longer before acting. They give you more space, not because you asked, but because your presence demanded it. They'll say you're hard to figure out. They'll say they never know where they stand with you. Good, because when someone always knows where they stand, they stop moving. But when they don't, they stay alert. They stay engaged, they stay awake, and an awake mind is a malleable one. When you become the storm, you become the one who sets tempo, you dictate pace, you define reaction, because everyone around you is adjusting to you. They're watching your breath, listening to your tone, mirroring your pauses. And that's the real power, not domination but direction. When your unpredictability guides others without their consent, you've transcended leadership, you've become a force of nature. But to get there, you must kill your need to be understood. You must be willing to be the question that never finds its answer. You must become okay with discomfort, not just feeling it but causing it, not in a reckless way but in a sacred way. You become the disruptor of stale patterns, the dissolver of lazy thinking, the breaker of soft expectations. People want predictable leaders because they're easier to worship, easier to quote, easier to model. But storms don't get worship, they get watched. With awe, with fear, with reverence. You don't get applause, you get silence when you enter. And silence is louder than any praise. Because silence means they're feeling you on a level they can't name. That's legacy-level presence. That's elemental power. Now understand, to be the storm you have to be deeply centered. Not flailing in emotion but grounded in intent. Because chaos without awareness is destruction, but chaos with precision, that's transformation. You walk into rooms not to shake things up aimlessly, but to shift the entire frequency. You speak to hearts, not just ears. You disrupt time, not just attention. And people remember how you made them feel, not what you said. That's the magic of unpredictability. It bypasses intellect and anchors into emotion. Because when the mind can't predict, the body pays closer attention. Now you're being felt, not analyzed. And once you're felt deeply enough, you're remembered permanently. That's immortality. But to become this, you must train your restraint. You must know when to move and when to hold. You must feel your power in silence just as much as in action. You must master contrast. If you're always intense, it stops working. If you're always soft, they stop noticing. If you're always quiet, they stop listening. But when you shift deliberately, when you break pattern on purpose, you shock the system. That shock is your entry point. The unpredictable leader doesn't need to speak often. Because when they do, the room leans in. They don't need to argue. Because their presence already bends the outcome. They don't need attention. Because their movement creates conversation even in absence. They are remembered for moments they never promoted. They are studied for choices they never explained. Because the storm doesn't post a schedule, it arrives, and when it does, no one thinks about anything else. Be the pause in the meeting no one can name. Be the shift in energy that makes people straighten their spine. Be the silence that suddenly makes the loudest voice in the room hesitate. You don't need to roar, just move differently. And never let them see you coming, because once they think they've figured you out, the game is over. But if you stay fluid, if you stay wild in a world of scripts, you'll hold power without ever needing a crown. You'll be talked about in whispers, watched in stillness, feared in silence. And long after you've left the room, the wind will still carry your name. They think control wears a crown, that it walks in with loud steps, demands attention, gives orders from above. They think control is something they can see, something that announces itself, claims its space, takes credit for the power it holds. But the truth? Real control is quiet. It does not introduce itself. It doesn't take the stage. It builds the stage, places the lights, writes the script others will follow, while staying just outside of view. Because once you understand how deep power moves, you stop needing recognition. You stop needing validation. You stop needing applause. You stop needing anyone to know it was you who pulled the strings. Because recognition brings visibility, and visibility brings vulnerability. The moment they can see you, they start aiming at you, measuring you, mapping your moves, planning their counterattacks. But when you remain unnamed, unseen, unfixed in place, they can't find where the power begins, or where it ends, or even if it's really there. And that uncertainty, that blurred edge of influence, that's where your control lives. It lives in the hesitation people feel before making a move, because they're not sure how you'll react. It lives in the decisions they make while wondering what you would want. It lives in the silence after your absence, when everyone's still adjusting to the space you once occupied, even if you never said a word. You don't need the title. You don't need the seat. You don't need the recognition. You already have the reach. And reach, when held invisibly, is more powerful than any position could ever be, because it can't be revoked. It can't be challenged. It can't be competed with. It just is. They think you're not in control because you don't speak often, because you don't posture, because you don't correct them when they misunderstand who you are. But every time they guess wrong, you gain more power, because now their map is flawed, and they're moving through it thinking they know where the walls are, where the exits are, where you are. They think they're safe. They think you're passive. They think you're out of the game. But you've already redesigned the board. You've placed the pieces, shifted the conditions, influenced the outcome, and no one even saw you do it. That's what happens when you abandon the need to be recognized. You become the environment instead of the player. You stop acting in the story and start shaping the world the story takes place in. Now they're all just characters following a current you designed. And here's the thing. The more recognition you demand, the more you limit your power. Because now they expect something from you. They start tracking you. They study your behavior. They prepare their defenses. But if you never ask for credit, you never give them a target. If they don't know it was you, they can't resist you. If they don't see the source, they can't stop the flow. This is why some of the most powerful forces in history wore no label. They were mentors in the shadows, advisors without titles, whispers behind thrones, spirits that lived through silence. They didn't leave monuments, they left movement. And the people who inherited those movements didn't even know who to thank. That's power, because the moment your name is required for your work to last, your work is already dying. But when your touch is embedded in systems, in minds, in unspoken rules, then you live on, even when they forget who you were. Control without recognition is a test of ego. Can you shape the world without needing applause? Can you teach without needing to be followed? Can you lead without ever saying, "I did that"? Because if you can, you'll reach further. You'll last longer. You'll move through closed doors not because they were opened for you, but because no one noticed you entered. You'll shape rooms without stepping into them. You'll make decisions that look like they came from someone else. And that's exactly what you want. Let them think it was their idea. Let them believe they led the shift. Let them feel powerful in the change you quietly constructed. Because when people feel ownership, they protect the plan, even when it was never theirs to begin with. That's the art of invisible command. Not barking orders, not dominating space, but pulling the thread that unravels everything, and doing it with a smile no one remembers. You stay still, while the world reorganizes itself around your silence. And here's the deeper truth. Recognition brings expectation. Expectation creates pressure. Pressure distorts clarity, but when you remove yourself from the spotlight, you see more. You sense more. You move without weight. You move like wind, shaping everything, touching nothing. People ask you for opinions. You give them questions. People ask you for guidance. You give them mirrors. People ask you for validation. You give them stillness. And still, they change. They evolve. They align. Because you didn't feed their craving for attention. You fed their potential for transformation. And you did it without leaving fingerprints. Now they talk about the shift. They talk about the moment. They talk about the insight that changed everything. But they don't mention you. And that's how you know you succeeded. Because your control wasn't in being remembered. It was in being felt. And feeling doesn't need a face. Let others chase the stage. Let them build the brand, print the name, claim the win. You're building something deeper. You're imprinting codes into consciousness. You're shaping reality through presence, not performance. And the beauty of it is this: no one can undo what they can't trace. No one can fight a ghost. No one can kill what they don't know exists. So you keep walking lightly. You keep planting seeds where others aren't looking. You keep whispering truths in spaces where noise is worshipped. And while they argue over whose voice is loudest, you become the law. Unwritten, unspoken, unshakable. That's control without recognition. And it's the highest form of power you'll ever know. Legacy, they talk about it like it's something carved into stone, like it needs a name, a statue, a plaque bolted to the wall for it to be real. They tell you to be remembered, to build something that screams your identity long after you're gone, to burn your mark into time so no one forgets who you were. But what if the most powerful legacies are the ones no one can trace? What if the most lasting influence isn't found in your image or signature or the story they tell about you, but in the change they can't explain, in the pattern that reshaped their lives without ever revealing the hand that set it in motion? That's the difference between impact and immortality, because impact wears your name, immortality doesn't need one. It's the kind of influence that weaves itself into the bones of others, into choices they make that they think are theirs, into truths they believe without ever knowing who planted the seed. That's the highest form of power, when you no longer need to be remembered, because you've already become the architecture of the moment. You've become the unseen law that shapes the atmosphere, that informs behavior, that guides direction, without ever being spoken. This is where your work reaches its purest state. You stop performing. You stop chasing credit. You stop needing acknowledgement. Because what you've created lives deeper than memory. It lives in the shift, in the reorganization of values, in the invisible rewiring of thought. And the world will feel you, but it will never quite know why. You could burn every document, erase every video, delete every post, and what you started would still ripple, because the echo lives in people, not platforms. It lives in how someone holds silence differently because of something you once said. It lives in how someone now pauses before they act, because you taught them power in stillness without saying your name. It lives in how someone now walks through life, slower, calmer, more deliberate, because your presence altered their rhythm, and they may not remember who said it. They may not quote you, they may not even recall the face behind the change, but it's there, everywhere. That's your legacy, not the monument, the movement, not the credit, the current, not the spotlight. The shift in consciousness that happens in quiet. This kind of legacy isn't earned through performance, it's earned through alignment. When your internal state is so rooted, so tuned to something greater, that everything you touch becomes a transmission. Every word you speak carries weight, not because it's brilliant, but because it came from a depth that most people don't visit. Every choice you make becomes instruction, not because you teach, but because you are the lesson. When people witness you, they recalibrate. And you never once said, "Remember me." You didn't have to, because when you've touched something eternal, you leave fingerprints on things people didn't even realize could be marked. You shape the unseen. But that requires the one thing ego resists the most, letting go of being known. Because legacy without a name means surrendering recognition in favor of resonance. It means giving the gift of your influence anonymously, so it can move further, faster, freer. A named legacy is heavy. It carries responsibility. It invites comparison. It demands defense. But a nameless legacy, it's light. It travels through time unchallenged. It moves through generations without needing protection. It becomes legend, not brand. And legends don't die. They evolve. They shift form. They keep teaching through silence. Think of the teachings that live in you now, not the quotes you can cite, not the books you can reference, but the quiet truths that shape your behavior without needing an origin, the instincts you trust, the inner laws you follow, the way you carry yourself when no one is watching. Where did those come from? Someone, something, a voice you once heard, a presence you once felt, a story you once internalized without even realizing. That was someone's legacy, and you don't remember their name, but they shaped you, and now you're shaping others. The current keeps moving. That's the invisible chain. That's how real transformation spreads, not through ownership, but through osmosis. You don't teach it, you become it, and in becoming it, you give others permission to transform too. Now imagine if you let go, truly let go, of needing to be the source. Imagine if you released the need to ever be thanked, recognized, praised, even remembered. You'd move differently. You'd speak more softly, but your voice would carry more weight. You'd stop trying to convince and start allowing your presence to teach. You'd stop interrupting the moment with your need to be seen and start weaving into the moment in a way that no one could separate. You wouldn't worry about legacy. You'd be legacy. Because now you're imprinting yourself not on timelines, but on timelessness. You're not asking the world to write your name. You're asking the world to feel your echo. And when that becomes enough for you, when anonymity no longer feels like loss but feels like liberation, you unlock the kind of freedom most people will never touch. Now you're not constrained by brand, or image, or narrative, or the burden of keeping up with who they think you are. You can move like wind, shape like water, transform like flame. And no one can trap you in their expectation. No one can say, that's not what you're supposed to do, because you've let go of being anything. Now, you're just motion, pure influence, unbranded, unclaimed, unmatched, and still undeniable. This is where the deepest power lives, beyond legacy, beyond memory. Beyond even the idea of self. It lives in the ripple that turns into tide, the whisper that changes a generation, the energy that outlasts explanation. You become the law that others follow without knowing who wrote it. And they live differently because of you, but they'll never know why. And that's the highest honor, because now you've become one with the current. You've dissolved the boundary between the giver and the gift. You've become the unnamed source of change. And that is what they cannot destroy. They can forget your name, they can erase your image, they can silence the memory. But they can't stop the momentum. Because it's already moving, already building, already birthing new waves, through people you'll never meet, in places you'll never stand. So if your work is real, if your presence is true, if what you carry is eternal, then your greatest offering is this. Leave the world better, and let them wonder who did it, because legacy without a name doesn't need to be remembered to be felt. It just is. It shapes everything, forever.